Good evening everyone, good afternoon, good morning everyone. We have completed balance of payments chapter. I hope you have recollected what we did in the last lecture. We were in the midst of doing MCQs. We have done some MCQs also, and we stopped midway in the MCQs because of monetary policy, commercial banking, because we had to do some chapters like money supply and fiscal finance commission and fiscal recommendations, etc. So we are going to do that. But before that, let me start with a new chapter. It is a new lecture, so let me start with a very important, very important chapter. Sir, how important? Every year, minimum 1 to 2 questions in prelims compulsorily. And question might also come in mains. It has not yet come, but it will also come in mains. It might also come in mains. It can also come in GS2 international relations. Please bear in mind, this chapter is also relevant for GS2 international relations. It is also relevant for agriculture. It is very less relevant for economics per se in mains, but important for GS2 in mains, GS2 IR and GS3 agriculture. Okay? And prelims, obviously eco. This chapter has weightage for these 3 topics. It is very important we do this chapter very nicely. It is one of my favorite chapters. Okay? So we are talking about nothing but World Trade Organization, WTO. What is WTO? What is the genesis of WTO? What is the history of WTO? We are going to see all of that. We are going to see here. Okay? Right? So see the name, World Trade Organization. Okay? Now let me tell you a small story. We spoke in GST that center collects some taxes, states collect some taxes, everything happens very well. Do you think center and states live in harmony with each other? No. When it comes to economic gains or economic benefits, state and center also tussles. There is a tussle between states and states also. Similarly, there is always a tussle in the economic sphere between various countries of the world, right? So what happened was, after World War II, when did World War II end? World War II started in 1939, ended in 1944. Okay? After World War II ended, what happened was, all the countries came together. Now countries realized that war is nothing but an economic drain, yes or no? War is nothing but loss of lives, yes or no? War से कुछ नहीं होता है. There is nothing to be gained from war. ठीक है? 2 world wars had happened. World War I, World War II. 1914 to 18 was the first World War. 1939 to 44 was the second World War. So after defeat of Japan, after the Pearl Harbor incident, after Germany surrendered, World War II में the capitalist powers came into being. Yes or no? Who are the capitalist powers? Mainly Europe and USA. These were the main capitalist powers. And the world was, after World War II, world was divided into 2 blocks. I hope you will read this in world history whenever you will read this. After World War II, when I teach world history, sometimes I go into too much of detail, and that I am not going to do here. So after World War II, the world was divided into 2 blocks. What were the 2 blocks? There were 2 worlds, you can say, 2 worlds. We now think that it is a one world only. Okay? What was the first world? The first world was all the capitalist countries. What do you mean by capitalist? Please recollect the very first lecture we had seen, capitalist. Do you know we also spoke about Washington Consensus, where they decided that government should not intervene, where they decided that private players, industries should work for profit motives, yes or no? I hope you remember this. There were opposite parties also, those who did not agree with capitalist policies. That is called as the second world. What is second world? Second world are the communist or socialist nations. See, economics does not differentiate between communism and socialism. Political theory does. So these are 2 very different words when I speak about political theories. But these are similar words when we go into economics, because economics is not concerned with the difference between communism and socialism. But yes, capitalist versus communist or socialist, that is the difference economics concerned itself. So sometimes when there is no teacher, then I have to teach polity, GS2 polity and all of, and IR and everything. So that time we discuss a lot between the difference, but now I am writing it the same because economics mein there is no. Okay? What they believe. Example, what do you think are the example of capitalist countries? USA, UK, Europe, etc. These are capitalists. They believed in inventions. They believed in profit making. They believed कि government का role नहीं है. They believed that we should only focus on economic growth. They believe that economic growth is the only way in which we can help our country grow, in which we can help our people to prosper, in which we can literally make a position in the world. Okay? Also remember one thing, when did we get independence? 47. When did World War II end? 44. After 44, after World War, even Europe was drained with all of its wealth, and we got independence in 47. Uh, other countries were also freed up. 48 mein Ghana was freed up, and other countries were also freed up. There were very few colonies left with UK. Even after that, there were a few colonies left with UK, but uske baad they realized that war and nothing works. What works is economic prosperity. Okay? And these were new independent nations. So they believed in capitalist USA, UK. Communist or socialist believe that after the war experience, they believe that merely focusing on capitalism or merely focusing on profit motive does not benefit people. It only benefits industrialists. It is the government's responsibility to take care of the people. Okay, are you getting this? Whenever country makes profits, it goes only in the hands of rich people. It goes only in the hands of Tatas and Ambanis and Birlas. It does not reach the poor. So it is the government's responsibility to ensure that such income reaches the poor. It is the government's responsibility to ensure that we take care of our people. So those countries are communist socialist. Can you give an example? USSR. I am not writing Russia. Why? Because Russia did not exist at that time. Russia came into existence after breaking up of USSR and Eastern European countries, and then that happened in 1991 at the end of the Cold War. Okay, what happened in 91 in India? LPG reforms. See, everything is interrelated, right? So USSR हो गया, China. ठीक है, China also there. The countries which did not follow either this or this, the countries which did not believe the superiority of capitalist countries or the communist philosophies of USSR and China are called the third world countries. Do you know India is called a third world country? There are various countries we are called as third world countries. Why we are called as third world countries? Because we don't fall in these gaps. And then धीरे the convention was earlier ki which philosophy we follow, and then the convention came into ki these are the richest countries, these are the moderately rich countries, and these are the poorest countries. But that actually the genesis of the term third world, first world, second world comes from these were the former colonizers, those capitalist countries, these are communist countries, and then came the third world, for example India, right? But now tell me, everyone agreed on one thing, that no country can survive in isolation. Country has to deal with other countries, country has to import goods from other countries, country has to export goods to other countries. Because something that USSR might be having, USA might not be having, so it will import from USSR. Same goes for UK, China, and India also realized this, everyone realized this. Okay? So far so good, the background is clear. We realized that war is not the solution. We realized that we need economic gains. What we do of that economic gains, how we generate that economic gains, that depends on the philosophy we follow. But everyone agreed that we need trade, we cannot be closed, we have to be open. Okay? 1947, we got independence, and there were other world events also. 1947 mein 23 countries came together. How many? 23 countries came together. They signed an agreement. What did the agreement say and why the agreement is needed? We need to understand that. Ki kya hai ye agreement and why it is required, right? So, when you have taken online admission to this lecture, do you know there are certain rules that you cannot leak these videos, you cannot share it with your friends, or you know the view time is limited, you cannot exceed that, yes or no? These are all rules. Why these are rules? To protect your assets, to protect the assets of class, and so that we stay in harmony, right? Do you go to any sports game and do you see any sports where there are no rules? There is no sports. There are some or the other rules. Any sports you take. Okay, even playing cards have certain rules that you have to play. So A is the highest card, then comes king, then Q, then J, etc. So these are all rules. Similarly, the agreement was signed which contained the rules of world trade. Are you getting this? Rules honge ki a country cannot export beyond this much to this country, or let's say a country cannot import more than this much from only one country, it has to import from all countries, because The rules were intended to ensure a fairness and transparency in the world trade regime. Do you agree with this? We need rules, yes or no? So that is why, and this was, see, always remember, what do you think in that era, 1920s to 40s mein, goods were more prominent or services were more prominent? When I ask you goods or services, what was more prominent? Goods were more prominent. Services were very few. Do you think life insurance was very rampant in 1940s or 30s? Do you think software was very rampant? There was no computer invention. There was nothing. But goods were there. Right? In the first lecture, I had told you about Great Economic Depression of 1929. In the first lecture, I had also told you how share price crashed. I didn't tell you the reasons and all because not required. But I told you that why Great Economic Depression happened, and then Keynes gave his theory in 1936. I hope you remember all these things. Okay? I also told you in that lecture that in 1920s, various consumer durables were produced. Washing machine, cars, ACs. AC nahi, cooler, some sort of cooler. These modern ACs were not there at that time. But all consumer durables were produced. I hope you remember this. Consumer durables were produced. So, by 1947, there was world trade in goods. Services were very few. I hope you remember in India, services were not taxed till 1994. I have told you. Services were not taxed till 1994 because services as a proportion of total revenue activity was very less. So, why to pay salary to officers, IRS officers and collect taxes when you don't see any benefit from it? If there are only 4 people paying taxes on services, why to employ an army of officers to collect taxes and to establish rules and all? So, services was not there. Goods were there. Okay? Now, chalo, if I ask you to give me top 3 rules, what come to your mind when setting the rules for world trade or while setting the rules for any kind of trade? What are the, let's say you are an IAS officer and in a district you have to regulate the market. कि कौन क्या बेच रहा है, how much one can sell, how much one can buy, etc. etc. So what do you think are the top 3 rules you can think of? Think and tell. Top 3 rules क्या होंगे कि what is the one thing which you want to avoid or what is the one thing which you want to promote, etc. etc. Can I say that fair competition can be one of the rules? It should be fair competition. Unnecessarily, you should not cut each other's throats while competing, while buying and selling, right? Can I say that taxes should be very less because for taxes की वजह से the prices increase a lot. All of these things, these are basic rules. ठीक है? Similarly, I want you to pay attention to this word which I am writing called tariff. What do you understand by this word called tariff? Tariffs मतलब क्या? In common English we think price, or in common English we think of it as cost, yes or no? Tariff. Tariff means the price. So you know when you book a rail ticket, what is the tariff, or what is the tariff for this trip, etc. So this is the price. Okay? How would you feel if you go to a shop to buy a mobile phone and if they sell you a mobile phone at higher cost and if they sell the same mobile phone at a lower cost to your friend who is with you? How would you feel? You would feel sad. Similarly, countries would feel sad if one of the country is discriminating against it. Okay? Are you getting this? So when we, let's say for example, when India exports rice to USA says कि I will give you 20 rupees per kg for the rice which is exporting from India. Okay? Very good. Pakistan exporting rice to USA is giving it 40 rupees. India will feel bad, yes or no? Because I am giving same quality of rice, assuming quality is same. I am giving same quality of rice, okay? Tariffs. So do you agree that there should not be any discrimination based on tariffs? Quality is different and definitely price would be different, right? Next, you earn 5 lakh rupees, income tax department takes 10% tax from you. Your friend earns 5 lakh rupees, income tax department takes 5% tax from him. You will feel bad. बराबर है? Tariffs. So all these rules have to be made 1947, and always remember in 1947 various countries were being independent. 40s mein the leher or the wave of independence started in 40s. Small countries started being independent. It went on in 50s and all also. Okay? Indonesia also became independent. Sri Lanka became independent. Then Myanmar was with us only. Then it became an independent country later on. Okay? 70s mein Bangladesh became independent, right? So all of these, and Pakistan to hamare साथ ही it became independent. So all of these countries now, see, imagine the countries are born now, and now they want to participate in world trade, they want to do job, they want to increase their income, they want to, you know, increase their economic activity. They also want to increase their economic activity. Why? Because war had drawn down on the resources, so they also wanted to increase their production, increase their sale, increase their availability of goods, right? So 23 countries came together in 1947 and signed an agreement कि these would be the rules. ठीक है? That agreement is called as, pay attention to the English, very important, that agreement is called as English. Do you understand every word of this? General agreement on, sometimes it is said trade and tariffs, sometimes it is said tariffs and trade. General agreement on tariffs and trade. Do you understand what is this? General agreement है on tariffs कि who will discriminate, who cannot discriminate, and trade. ठीक है? Also called as GATT, GATT. Okay, this was signed in 1947 by 23 countries, very important, but I hope you know the context in which they are signing this. Was India a member of or a part of these 23 countries? What do you think? We had just been born. Was India a part of these 23 countries? Yes, India was a founding member. Okay, India is always a founding member when it comes to economic discussions. India, founding member. Always remember OECD. Do you remember OECD? OECD approached India with membership. It doesn't give membership to every country, but India said no, we don't want your membership. ठीक है? कहीं तो चलती है इंडिया की. Do you remember global corporate tax rate? Minimum global corporate tax rate 15%. By October or November they will sign the agreement. G20 has said कि the agreement might be signed. So keep attention on the newspapers as and when it happens. So India was a founding member. ठीक है? GATT. Like with most international organizations, इसका हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ होगा? गैट का हेडक्वार्टर्स कहाँ होगा? और वेयर वुड दिस एग्रीमेंट बी साइन? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? कहाँ साइन हुआ होगा? विच कंट्री? As with most international organizations, always remember whatever I am going to tell you now. If you read world history, World War I, World War II, if you read the history, you will realize that there is one country which never participated in the war on either of the sides. ठीक है? Which was very neutral, which never took sides, which never fought war on the behalf of Axis powers or Allied powers or any other party. ठीक है? That country is Switzerland. It is the world's most neutral country. उसको नहीं फर्क पड़ता है. ठीक है? It is the world's most neutral country. And what is the capital of Switzerland? Geneva. Right? So almost all international organizations are based in Geneva. उसका reason ये है कि it is neutral. People will say, why should we? Do you imagine USSR people going to USA to sign this agreement? It cannot happen. China people going to UK or they coming to China? It cannot happen. So they said कि बीच में मिलते हैं, and literally it is in middle of the world also, and it is neutral territory. We know Switzerland doesn't take any sides. See, you know, when these agreements are signed, the threat of assassination is very high, because हो सकता है, and there is nobody who can be blamed or, you know, prove नहीं होता है कि who has assassinated. Now recently Haitian president was assassinated by 4 people. They were arrested. ठीक है? अभी भी assassinations हो रहे हैं. In today's world, in 2021, presidents are being assassinated. Can you imagine? There was a huge threat of assassination to Barack Obama when he was first declared president in 2008. Just imagine. ठीक है? Do you think Narendra Modi is not at risk of being assassinated? Every world leader is at a risk, even in today's era. In fact, today the tools have become much more sophisticated. New poisons, new viruses, new computer hacking tools, so many things. ठीक है? Haitian president was assassinated a few days back, 3-4 days back. So they chose Geneva as their headquarters. So ऐसा नहीं कि all the international organizations are headquartered in Geneva. Majority of the international organizations are headquartered in Geneva. Reason being, it is very neutral, so they are comfortable to come. And of course, Switzerland आए हैं तो घूमेंगे पहाड़ों में, snow-capped mountains and all. I told you ना last time कि environmental ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पे डिस्कशन करने दे कम टू जेनीवा इन देयर जेट्स एंड दे पोल्यूट द एनवायरनमेंट, एंजॉय द एनवायरनमेंट एंड देन दे गो एंड दे से अरे इट इज बैड, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग इज बैड. इट्स वेरी आयरॉनिक. ठीक है, गैट हो गया. नाउ when GATT when they used to meet, now do you think एक बार एग्रीमेंट साइन कर दे तो उसके बाद कभी नहीं मिलेंगे? ऐसा नहीं है. They used to meet periodically. So that meetings of GATT were called as rounds. ठीक है, राउंड्स ऑफ डिस्कशन होता है ना, राउंड्स. ठीक है, वेरी सिंपल राउंड. सो द फर्स्ट राउंड, वेयर डू यू थिंक द फर्स्ट राउंड हैपेंड? जिनीवा में साइन हुआ. द फर्स्ट राउंड हैपेंड इन हवाना. हवाना इज द कैपिटल ऑफ क्यूबा. ठीक है, first round happened in Havana. These are all prelims related facts that I am telling you. What is the year do you think? 1947. ठीक है, first round happened. अभी rounds के लिए they go to different countries. क्या you meet. It is like Olympics. It happens in different countries. World Cup happens in different countries. Yes or no? Similarly round. First round हुआ Havana में. Normally rounds took 1 year. मतलब 1 year में discussion होके they used to discuss क्या ये rule है, finished. The 8th round, see this, normally I told you 1 year में हो जाता है. The 8th round, for those who don't know, it is a country in South America, Uruguay. Have you heard of Uruguay? There are two countries, Paraguay and Uruguay. They are in see this. Whenever you read the name of any country, any capital, anything, just see where it is on the map. क्योंकि कभी क्या ज्योग्राफी में काम आएगा, यू नेवर नो. कंट्री इन साउथ अमेरिका. Things to do. See this. This is South America and this is Uruguay. Okay. यहाँ पे Uruguay अर्जेंटीना के बाजू में. This is Paraguay. You should always remember countries. These are very small countries. Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay. यहाँ पे कहीं पे कैपिटल है Santiago of Chile and all of that. Right? ठीक है. Anyways, I wrote Paraguay क्या गलती से? It is Uruguay. Now Uruguay round started in 1986. Okay, so it is not necessary कि every year they are having rounds. Whenever they feel the need to meet, they meet and they met. So they met in Uruguay in 1986. They met in Uruguay in 1986 and the round lasted till 1994. Just imagine. इतना discussion चल रहा है. It's not that constantly they are there. It is not that they are there physically every day after leaving their normal jobs. And who are these people? These are all ambassadors and these are all commerce ministers of countries and all of them. Okay? Now, do you think the scenario changed from 47 to 90s? There were a few changes. What were the changes? Do you know 1991 में Cold War ended? Cold War ended मतलब USSR collapsed. USSR collapsed means Russia was born. Other countries converted to capitalism. Some countries stayed with communism. So if you see the map of Europe, Western countries are capitalist countries, Eastern countries are communist countries, more or less. Countries like Georgia, Azerbaijan, Romania, these are all more leaning towards communism. Russia is definitely communist country. And countries like Paris, France, Germany, UK, these are all capitalist countries. Okay? World history is so interesting, but this is economics lecture. Right? So was this the longest round? Yes. So if in prelims it comes ki Uruguay round was the longest round, yes, it was the longest round. These two rounds are important. Havana round, first round 1947, 8th round is not second, it is 8th round, Uruguay 86 to 94, longest round. Itna theek hai? Very good. Right? Now there were two major changes which happened. You don't need to remember this, just notice the context. One was USSR was dismantled in 1991. India adopted LPG policies in 1991 and in 1980s, 78, 80s, China adopted LPG policies. So, you know, the question always comes ki why is China always ahead compared to India? The answer is given in NCERT. Now it is your job to search which NCERT and It is your job to read that. That is your homework. So they have given a comparison of India and China. Ki we were growing more than China in 70s. Just imagine, in 60s and 70s we were growing more than China. But अभी क्या है? China कहाँ, हम कहाँ? The reason is they adopted LPG 10 years before us, almost 10 years before. तो 10 साल की कीमत we have to, we have to suffer now. So these 2-3 events happened. 80s में China adopted LPG, 90s में India adopted LPG, USSR collapsed. So see, China adopted LPG का मतलब क्या है? China moving from communism towards capitalism, little bit towards capitalism. What is LPG? Liberalization. So you are opening up your economy. Opening up means ki you are telling others to invest in your country. You are telling others to open to import to your country. You are telling others to take your products. ठीक है? So China opened up. USSR collapsed. So do you think the second world kind of collapsed? Remember, second world collapsed. India also opened up. India was a socialist country under Jawaharlal Nehru. His vision was to make India a socialist country. But since 1991, and we also know to the granular level क्या क्या हुआ. Banking reforms were happening, tax reforms were happening, Narsimham committee gave report, so many things happened, right? We devalued our currency in BOP, etc., etc. ठीक है, right? So now all these things were happening. Second world was collapsing, and the countries felt that GATT is too restrictive. ठीक है, GATT is too restrictive. Countries felt that, and this was an agreement. Just see, it is general agreement, ना? It is a paper जिसपे सब 23 countries ने sign किया है. Do you think from 1947 to 1994, we are at 1994, more countries would be economically independent? Yes, new countries were economically independent. USSR was dissolved. That was broken down into so many countries. So the countries which you see now, Ukraine, Romania, Georgia, all these countries were a part of USSR. Okay, look at world history map. Europe's map has changed drastically. There was a country called Czechoslovakia. There was a country called Yugoslavia. Okay, the Slavs people and all of those. But now these countries don't exist. उनके अलग ही नाम है. Czech Republic है, Czechoslovakia नहीं है. There is a country called Slovenia and Czech Republic, but not Czechoslovakia. Now it used to be there. Now it is not. So map of Europe has gone tremendous changes. ठीक है, चलो. They met in 1994 and they said कि ये नहीं चलेगा, this is very restrictive. So they then started, or they said कि one agreement or one piece of paper cannot do justice to the world trade which we are making rules for. We are making rules for world trade. So they came up with World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization came into effect from 1995. ठीक है, again the headquarters कहाँ होगा? इसका headquarters Geneva. ठीक है, headquarters was in Geneva. So did India also have a key role in founding WTO? Yes, because India was one of the original 23 members. ठीक है, so India also played a key role in founding this World Trade Organization. Now I want you to compare the names of GATT or full forms of GATT and compare the names of this. What do you think are the differences? English में ही बहुत सारे differences आ जाते हैं. ठीक है, so this was an agreement. Do you agree? What is this? Organization. This is more structured. This is just piece of paper. Signed है, legal है, no doubt. This is an organization. ठीक है. Now some backstory regarding this. So the Director General of GATT. So GATT had some head person. Director General of GATT, who was responsible for ensuring that rounds happen properly, who was responsible for ensuring that talks happen smoothly, etc., etc. He was tasked, committee बिठाई उसके अंदर, he was tasked with the job of framing up a new version of GATT, a reformed version of GATT. ठीक है, that committee was set up to recommend changes which were to be made to GATT. ठीक है, that person's name was, I will share this with you, don't worry, Arthur Dunkel. ठीक है, that person's name was Arthur Dunkel. He gave his recommendations कि these are the changes which are to be made to GATT and all, and his draft is called as Dunkel draft. ठीक है, so Arthur Dunkel is not important, Dunkel draft is more important. But why Dunkel draft? Because it was under his name, it is called Dunkel draft. ठीक है, This Dunkel draft was presented and agreed to by GATT countries ki yes, we need this in a place called Marrakesh, which is the capital of Morocco. Morocco is a country, I hope you know Morocco is a country. यहाँ पे sign हुआ था, this Dunkel draft was signed and the major or first recommendation of Dunkel draft was formation of WTO. And this was signed in 1994. 1995, from 1st Jan 1995, WTO came into existence, GATT was repealed. Samjha? World Trade Organization. Now, first difference you told me, what was the first difference you told me? That GATT is an agreement versus organization. I hope you will understand when I write this. Okay? GATT was an agreement and this is an organization. Second major important difference, major important difference is that GATT was only concerned with goods. WTO is concerned with goods, services and one more thing. Okay? So GATT was only concerned, I would write GATT here, WTO here. So only goods versus WTO mein what? What will come in WTO? Goods. Remember these words, huh? I will ask you later. Goods, services and some heavy word. Intellectual property rights. IPRs. We'll speak about IPRs. You have IPR in your syllabus also. Point number 13.7. Science and technology. Biotechnology, nanotechnology, वो सब है ना, robotics, IT, space, computers and issues relating to intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights. So this was also covered in WTO. ठीक है, second difference. Third difference. GATT में अगर झगड़ा हो गया, if some country fights with another country, there was no dispute resolution mechanism. वो informally हो जाता था, अरे तू शांत रहे, settlement and all. ठीक है, so no formal dispute resolution mechanism, but there was a formal dispute resolution mechanism. So I would write formal dispute. I haven't begun the very interesting part yet. See, very interesting part will come in 10 minutes. Then to you will say, Arey, what is this? This is my favorite chapter. Formal dispute resolution mechanism. इसमें नहीं था, इसमें था. Okay? ठीक है? One more difference. Very, very, very important. What was the one more difference? Services आ गया, treaty organization आ गया, हाँ. One more difference was, what is this? Tariffs. This was more relating to only price setting and tariff setting and tax setting. This has a much broader mandate. We'll discuss the much broader mandate. So solely or solely nahi, mainly focused on tariffs versus a broader mandate. So now can you appreciate that this was just a crude version and this is much more institutionalized or a refined version. So let us move ahead. What is the discussion in GATT called? What is the term? Rounds of discussion. In WTO, pay attention, in WTO they are called as, fancy word चाहिए ना अभी, big ना, we became big ना, बड़े हो गए हम, organization बना रिया. MC, ministerial conferences. Oh, fancy word, कुछ नहीं, round है सिर्फ. It's round है, discussion है, I betted. See, I tell you, economics is nothing but a collection of fancy words. ठीक है, अंदर है नहीं कुछ. Ministerial conferences. ठीक है, now first ministerial conferences, WTO was established in 1995 at which place? Geneva in Switzerland. First ministerial conference happened in 1996 and it happened in Singapore. Oh, ये तो हम कभी सुनते नहीं है ना, सब Geneva, USA, UK, Singapore. ठीक है, the issues which were discussed here, now I am going to come back to this after 1 hour. So that is why I am telling you now only the issues which were discussed here were called as क्या बोलोगे? What would you call the issues discussed in the Singapore Ministerial Conference? What would you call them? Very creative name they chose. They were called as Singapore issues. Very creative. The issues which were discussed in Singapore in the first ministerial conference in 1996, they are called as Singapore issues. Done? ठीक है? Now normally a ministerial conference happens once every 2 years. So 96 में अगर हुआ तो 98 में होगा, 2000, 2002 normally. ठीक है? So I would write it here also. Normally once every 2 years. ठीक है? Who अभी भी होता है, even now it happens. Who do you think goes from India as a representative of India? Who attends these ministerial conferences? Pay attention to the word. It is a ministerial conference, which means some minister has to go. Officers do not go. IFS officers, ambassadors, they are there, they are working. But to attend this conference once every 2 years, who do you think will go from India? Some minister will go. Which minister will go? Think and tell which minister will go. Cabinet was reshuffled recently. ठीक है? Which minister will go? Not the name, but the which minister. क्या होगा? Which ministry का head will go? Which minister will go? Think and tell. It is relating to world trade. कौन देखता होगा world trade in India? Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Commerce is nothing but trade, na? Commerce is nothing but buying and selling. So who attends from India? Who attends? Minister of Commerce and Industry. ठीक है? Attends every 2 years. Now बहुत सारे ministerial conference हुए every 2 years if it happens. So we are going to look at only the significant ones. ठीक है? 2001 में 4th ministerial conference हुआ 2001 में. Sir, how 2001 2 years में तो होता है? Normally I told you, na, it happens every 2 years. Sometimes skip हो गया. Sometimes next year also some ministerial conference happened. 4th ministerial conference happened in 2001. It happened in Doha. Where is Doha? Can you tell me? Do you know where is Doha? Doha is the capital of Qatar. Do you know where is Qatar? Qatar is in the Gulf. Qatar, Yemen, Oman, UAE, Saudi. ठीक है? These are all the Gulf countries. Right? Doha, Qatar, जो भी है. Now what do you think the issues discussed here would be called? क्या लगता है आपको? Doha issues. ठीक है? But fancy name? DDA. I will tell you what is DDA. Let us keep it a mystery for now. ठीक है? 5th ministerial conference में मजा ही आ गया, झगड़ा हो गया. In 5th ministerial conference, कब होगा 5th? 2003, after 2 years. 5th ministerial conference happened in Cancun. Cancun is a major city in Mexico. ठीक है? Now I'll tell you some things which are mind blowing. Just wait for it. This is just setting up the picture. Cancun, Mexico में हुआ, right? Coming back to the latest ministerial conference which happened. Latest which happened was 11th ministerial conference 2017. Who will tell me where is this? Have you heard of this? Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is the capital of Argentina. This is the latest which happened. After 2 years, it was supposed to happen in 2019, which was delayed to 2020. Then pandemic came, and now it is supposed to happen in December 2021. Samjha? Which would be the ministerial conference which would happen now? 12th ministerial conference would happen now. Okay? Now I am going to tell you something which might be useful for prelims. So 12th ministerial conference by default was supposed to happen in 2020. Okay? It was supposed to happen in Nur Sultan. It is a city in Kazakhstan. Okay? It was supposed to happen in Nur Sultan in Kazakhstan. But then pandemic happened in 2020. So this was cancelled. And now 12th ministerial conference, very important. I am going to give you a very important MCQ based on this. 12th ministerial conference, it will still be called 12th only because 11th के बाद हुआ ही नहीं है. It will happen in Geneva. ठीक है? It will happen in Geneva, Switzerland. But it will be So when it happens in Mexico, Mexico's commerce minister heads it. When it happens in India, India's commerce minister heads it. When it happens in Doha, Doha's commerce minister. When it was supposed to happen in Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan's commerce minister was supposed to head it. But when it is happening in Geneva, Switzerland, since it is happening here, but it is still under the chairmanship of Kazakhstan. Only the location has changed. This is a very important MCQ which can come. Ki 12th Ministerial Conference of WTO is under the chairmanship of Sweden. It is not under the Switzerland. It is not under the chairmanship of Switzerland. It is under the location is Switzerland. Why? Because countries are for travel restrictions and all that. So again, we went to our neutral place ki wahan to aa sakte hai sab log. You know, you can come there. Geneva, Switzerland, and this is still under Kazakhstan. So it is Kazakhstan, Kazakh-Stan, Kazakhstan. Those 4 countries are very important in geography: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan. ठीक है, नीचे अफगानिस्तान है, right? So these 5 countries, these 5 similar sounding countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan. So, ठीक है, all these countries are extended neighbors. Our extended neighbors. Now, Afghanistan is our neighbor. I hope you know Afghanistan is not our extended neighbor but a direct neighbor. Afghanistan also shares borders with India. इतना सा है मैप पे border. Afghanistan India का border इतना सा है मैप पे, but it is there. It is in POK, no doubt about that. But we consider POK our part, yes or no? We consider that part as Pakistan occupied Kashmir. They consider that part as India occupied Kashmir. It is also going to play an important part in WTO. That part, POK. I am coming. ये तो शुरुआत है. This is a big long story now. ठीक है? Now pay attention to whatever I am saying. You will get the gist of WTO. You will get what exactly is WTO. On paper it sounds very good. कि rules based है. अरे क्या है? बहुत सही है. Every minister will attend. Every minister will agree. This should be the rule. I'll tell you in very crude words ये क्या है. It is nothing but a dangal. You know, dangal match, they just do boxing or kushti or anything. It is just that. Every country wants its own gains. Every country wants to protect its own economic interest. So, बहुत dangal होता है. There are a lot of fights happening in WTO. One very important thing is there are 2 teams in WTO. ठीक है? One developed countries, one developing countries. Always remember this. Very crude and very blunt manner में I am saying you, there are always 2 teams. One developed countries, one developing countries. Developed countries are now also trying to economically exploit developing countries. Developing countries are now also trying to take advantage of their developing status to gain some favor from developed countries. Samjha? Getting it? Developed countries now also want to exploit developing countries economically. Yeah? Now they want to colonize economically, not politically. ठीक है, colonization के भी stages होते हैं. So first starts economic colonization, then comes administrative and then political colonization. So now they also are trying to not colonize, but they are also trying to exploit developing countries. And developing countries भी कुछ harmless नहीं है. Developing countries are also very shining. ठीक है? So they are trying to take advantage of their developing status to extract favors from developing countries. ठीक है, वो होते हैं ना. There are some people who are not poor, but they show कि they are poor. So someone, your college friend might be having 100 rupees note in his pocket, but he will say, please give me vada pav, I don't have money, I forgot, my mother did not give me. होते हैं ऐसे लोग, right? Those are developing countries. And that fight happens in WTO. Very crude way. ठीक है? One. Second, what do you think would developed countries want? You only tell me. What do you think would developed countries want from developing countries? Developing countries have more population or less population? Much more population because young hai, countries are young, population reduction itna hai nahi, literacy is not there, so they are reproducing more. ठीक है? Extra population or more population, is it not a customer base for companies in developed countries? Tomorrow Amazon comes to know there is a new country which is having 1 crore people. Will Amazon try to go there? Of course it will try to go there because it will try to sell its products. New customers hai na basically. You open a shop, the more new customers you get, the more better it is, yes or no? Similarly, think at the world level, who is producing the maximum goods in the world level? Developed countries, industrial goods and all, they are producing cars, ACs, everything. Who is consuming these goods? Is it developed countries or developing countries in terms of quantity? developing countries. Yes or no? We all own a phone which is not an Indian brand. Do you agree with this? It is made in India. That's a different thing. Nowadays, phones are made in India, but is the brand Indian? No, unless you own Micromax. That's a different story. It came with 2 phones ना, but वो नहीं चला, कैसे चलेगा वो? ठीक है? Which phone do you own? Do you own a Samsung phone? Then you are using a South Korean product. It is not Chinese. If you own Apple, then it is a purely American product. और क्या फोन आता है? हाँ, बाकी चाइना है ही, ओप्पो, वीवो, बाकी चाइना है. चाइना इज द रिमाइंडर. आप साउथ कोरिया एंड अमेरिका यू सेट असाइड एंड देन रिमाइंडर इज चाइना एंड ऑलमोस्ट, right? So now let us say there is a new company in Germany who is producing mobile phones. Would it want to sell its mobiles in India and China or not? Yes. Ready-made market, ready-made population है, ठीक है? The first thing, now second thing, so would they ask, now I'm coming to an important topic, think and tell me. So would they ask Indian government for favors? Yes, they will ask Indian government for favors. So would they ask Indian government, or would they try that Indian government reduce import duty or increase import duty? There is a new company in Germany, it wants to sell products to Indian customers. They will try to see that India reduces import duty, yes or no? India exports basmati rice, you know that. India exports a lot of basmati rice to various countries. India exports a lot of spices to various countries. India would also want the same. Let's say India is exporting basmati rice to Mexico. So India would want Mexico to reduce import duties on basmati rice. Its import duties Mexico's, yes or no? This is the sole point of battle which happens in WTO. तू कम कर, मैं नहीं करूँगा. I will reduce, you don't reduce. समझा? Now tell me, if you read in newspaper, China imposes additional import duty on aluminium imports from USA. Who is the winner? Who is the loser? USA is the loser, because China is importing additional import duty. China is applying or levying additional import duty on aluminium coming from USA. So will USA exporters find it difficult to sell their products or easy to sell their products? Difficult, because वहाँ पे महंगा हो गया है. So always see that Chinese importers who are importing aluminium from USA, उनका price has increased, so they will reduce the demand. And aluminium exporters who are sitting in USA, their sales would come down. Is this fairly simple? Yes or no? ठीक है? So I'll just explain it one more time with a very simple example. This is USA. I always write V. I don't know why. This is USA. This is इतना पास थोड़ी है हम. This is India. ठीक है? यहाँ से यहाँ goods आ रहा है. ठीक है? If goods are coming from year to year, then who is at the gate here? Import duty. Yes or no? Import duty is at the gate here. Now, if that gate is very high, if the import duty is very high, what do you think will happen to the exporters of USA? Will they be happy or will they be sad? They will be sad. What do you think will happen to the importers of India? Will they be happy or will they be sad? They will also be sad, because they are importing at a very high cost. ठीक है? Pay attention, pay very close attention. There are two companies here. Company A, Company B. ठीक है? There are two customers here, Mr. X, Mr. Y, right? Now, Company A imports from USA and sells in the Indian market. Import kiya and I am selling it here. Company B makes in India and sells in the Indian market. Now, Indian government increased import duty on imports from USA. Who is happy amongst these two? B is happy. Why? Because competition के पास अभी महंगा हो गया है. He is now finding it difficult to import from USA. So his customer will also go to B, because B is providing. So can I say, to protect domestic industries, Indian government can increase import duty? Yes or no? See, import duty is nothing but a tax. Duty word is tax only. Import duty is nothing but a tax on your imports. So if you are importing from USA, whatever you have to pay in India additionally to get possession of that article, that is import duty. If tomorrow, tell me one thing, if tomorrow we face a shortage of onions in our country, would we reduce import duty of onions or increase import duty of onions? Reduce? Yes or no? Because we want more onion in the market. So we will encourage ki are you also because he is not able to supply now because shortage hai. So we'll encourage ki C also should borrow and so import duty would reduce. समझ में आ रहा है? It is very simple. Now think from India's angle. If you see that USA has imposed additional import duty on Indian products, who will be happy? Indian exporters would be happy or sad? Indian exporters would be sad. Who would be happy? The ones who are producing in USA. Let's say there is a USA company who is growing basmati rice in USA. They will be happy because Indian rice is now costlier because of high import duty imposed by USA, and the people who are growing in USA locally will be able to sell it at their own will. Yes or no? Simple. Because now USA is trying to protect its domestic producers. Yes or no? समझा? So this is the game of import duty. Import duty बढ़ाना, import duty कम करना. So we have known about fiscal policy. We know tax rates. We know interest rates in monetary policy. We also know balance of payment में exchange rates. Here in WTO and when it comes to world trade, we also talk about import duty rates. ठीक है? Rates of import duty. Can anyone think of one word to describe import duty? You know we have one tax which is not subsumed in GST. Do you remember which tax is not subsumed? Customs. Customs means only import duty or only or import plus export both. Export duty as well. There is export duty also. Now tell me, Indian government would levy export duty on essential products or non-essential products? Indian government is levying export duty on non-essential products because it doesn't want essential products to go out of India. वो बोलते हैं India में ही बेचो. Our people need it. So export duty is normally levied on non-essential products. ठीक है? Sorry, on essential products. Export duty is levied on essential products because the one who is exporting from India to USA, he will have to pay tax. Export duty India में ही लग रहा है. So to go out of India, he will have to pay tax to Indian government. So would it be on essential or non-essential? Export duty would be on essential or non-essential? Export duty would be on essential products. I think इसके पहले I told ulta. So let us start again. Indian government wants to impose export duty. It has two options, whether to impose it on essential products or to impose it on non-essential products. So it will always impose export duty on essential products because essential products it says कि India में बेचो, बाहर क्यों जाना है? It is essential, it is required by Indians here, right? But non-essential बेचो, बिंदास, enjoy, ठीक है? So in times, now tell me, in times of onion crisis, export duty on onions would reduce or increase? Export duty on onions would reduce or increase? Reduce, ठीक है? Or increase? Export duty on onions would reduce. We are facing a crisis in India. Export duty on onions would reduce or increase? Increase or reduce? We are facing crisis of onions. We don't want onions to go outside India. So export duty would reduce or increase? Export duty would increase. It would make it difficult for exporters to export now. What is import duty? When you buy something, you have to pay import duty. What is export duty? When you sell something, you have to pay duty. भरना आपको ही है, you have to sell. So whenever there is a crisis of onion in the country, whenever onions are shortage or whenever there is a shortage of onions, we would discourage exporters or encourage exporters. Export की बात कर रहे हैं हम. We would discourage exporters or encourage exporters. We would discourage exporters कि don't send outside India, sell within India, right? So to discourage exporters, do you increase export duty or reduce export duty? You increase export duty. समझा? Now, onion का shortage है in India. What would happen to export duty? You said export duty would increase. ठीक है? On onion. What would happen to the import duty? Import duty would reduce. Why? Because we want to increase supply. So when export duty is increased, Indian onion stays within India. When import duty is reduced, foreign onion also comes to India. because it is essential, because it is in shortage. समझा? Do you notice that so many things are same in concept? The only thing is you have to use your imagination and logic. That's the simplest thing. ठीक है? What is customs? Direct tax or indirect tax? Indirect tax. Simple है. Customs is also an indirect tax. Why? Because ये जो export duty भर रहा है और ये जो import duty भर रहा है, do you think that person will pay from his own pocket or will take from you? It will take from you only. Why do you think Apple phones are expensive in India compared to USA? Import duty. Why do you think products are cheaper in USA compared to India? Import duty. It is not that कि India के for Indian people Apple is pricing its products higher. Apple is not pricing its products higher. Somewhat है, but more share is of import duty. समझा? Why you have to pay import duty on these higher products? Why? Because there are various reasons you have to pay a high import duty. One of the primary reasons is that we are encouraging Apple to make in India. So when Apple makes in India, it might import local, it might import the raw materials, screen अलग से and all. ठीक है? उस पे import duty कम रहता है. समझा? And when it makes in India and sells in India, it doesn't have to pay import duty on the phone because यही से माल बन के यही बिक रहा है. You know, it is being sold from here. It is not an import of phone. It becomes an import of parts. And parts always have import duty lesser compared to the final. So instead of importing the entire iPhone to India, Apple what it does is it imports the various parts from various parts of the globe, makes in India, sells it. Right? So that is why when Samsung opened its plant here, Apple opened its plant here, things might get a bit cheaper. The products might get a bit cheaper. Are you understanding this? Export duty, import duty, क्या होगा, कैसे होगा? Now tell me, if government wants to encourage exports of sunflower oil, what would government do? Would it reduce export duty or increase export duty? Government wants to encourage export of sunflower oil from India. Government wants to encourage export of sunflower oil. What do you think will happen to the export duty? Would it reduce export duty or increase export duty? Reduce or increase? It would reduce export duty because it says कि pay little tax and send outside. Encourage कर रहा है ना? It wants to encourage. Government wants to discourage the import of sunflower oil from China. What would happen to the import duty? Increase import duty. Simple है. This is the see export and import duty are the gates. ये inflow वाला gate है या outflow वाला gate है. So if you want to encourage inflow, you will reduce your duty. बराबर. If you want to discourage your inflow, you will increase your duty here. If you want to discourage your outflow, you will again increase the duty here. And if you want to encourage your outflow, you will say कि pay little bit and send it out. इतना समझा क्या? Very clear. So we discussed monetary interest rate, tax rate, import duty rate, export duty rate, exchange rate. ठीक है? So many rates we are playing with, right? ठीक है? Now keeping this decision in mind, this discussion in mind, WTO is always a battle between these duties only. America says you increased your import duty on aluminium. That is why I am not able to sell you aluminium. Yes or no? China says you did with my cars. That is why I did with your aluminium. ऐसा बच्चों जैसे लड़ते हैं, you know, they literally fight like kids. I'll show you the example also. Live. I don't know recent कुछ news में है या नहीं, but I'll just what are we doing? WTO. See, WTO में whenever I write D, dispute भी आता है हमेशा. उसका reason है because that was in news. ये तो हम बताएंगे क्या क्या है. What is the meaning of this? Tell me. I'm skipping this because वो भी बाकी है. What is the meaning of this? Australia knocks on WTO door against China on wine duties. मतलब who is sending wine to whom? Who is the exporter of wines? Australia. China is applying import duty on Australian wines. Australia is sending wines to China. China is saying कि import duty high है, and that is why Australia went to WTO to complain कि mummy he is not allowing me to export my wines. ठीक है? Same. क्या है ये? Japan files complaint over China's stainless steel ADDs. ADDs forget, duty है, import duty है. ADD is a type of import duty. समझ में आ रहा है? This is all, they are all just bickering over these things. Second page. Wine, India तो अभी नहीं पढ़ना. Increased tea import detrimental to domestic market. We are buying tea from outside, so domestic manufacturers are now in jeopardy. So क्या करना चाहिए? Import duty बढ़ाना चाहिए या कम करना चाहिए? What should we do with the import duty on tea? It would increase. When you increase import duty, import becomes less. एक और कोई तो कंप्लेंट होना चाहिए, मजा आएगा. राइस सब पे है ये. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इंपोर्ट, फार्म गुड्स, बांग्लादेश, so many complaints are there in WTO, right? So did you understand WTO का essence क्या है? Basically मैंने I have just told you the essence of WTO कि क्या होता है, right? So now you do you agree with this when I say that developed countries are always looking for market access of developing countries? Developed countries are always looking for market access of developing countries. ठीक है? What are developing countries looking for? Developing countries are also looking for market access from developed countries because developing countries also want to export their goods. ठीक है? The nature of goods would be different. Developing countries would be exporting more and more of agricultural goods because they are on a lower level of development. Developed countries would be selling more and more of finished goods. This is what Britishers also did. They took raw materials from India, made cloth, and then again sold to India. वही होता है हर बार. This is a fancy version of this. Anyways, developed, now true or false? Developed countries will push for lower duties in developing countries. True or false? Developed countries will push for lower duties in developing countries. True or false? Yes, it is true. It will want developing countries to have lower duties so that more and more of their product is sold. ठीक है? Developing countries would want more and more access of developed countries. True or false? Yes. Developing countries would want more and more favors and would want more and more concessions from developed countries. True or false? Yes. True. ठीक है? Right? So these were the demands made by developing countries and developed countries ने ये किया है. Right? So these concerns of developing countries were called as Doha Development Agenda. These are the points set forth by developing countries in front of developed countries. These are the points set forth by developed countries in front of developing countries. समझा? Development word दिया है ना? ये खुश करने के लिए word दिया है. It is to make developing countries happy कि see we are discussing your issues. Actually वो नहीं होता है. So these two are very important. These are the latest ones. ठीक है? Developing countries. Now see, I will tell you the objective of WTO. Very important. Objective of WTO is to establish, see whether you agree with this or not, to establish a rules based multilateral trading regime for world trade. This is the main objective. To what? To establish a rules-based multilateral trading regime. Keyword is rules-based. Arbitrary नहीं होना चाहिए. So China cannot arbitrarily increase wine duty. कुछ रूल होना चाहिए कि when can China do it, when can China not do it. We are going to see those rules, we have to study those rules. ठीक है? Do you agree with this? To establish a rules-based multilateral trading regime for world trade. Yes or no? ठीक है? Now when WTO was signed, when WTO came into being, which year? 1995. When it came into being, developing countries were saying कि sir, when GATT was signed, you had promised us market access. Developing countries are saying कि sir, when we became independent, you said that we will be able to export our goods to you. You will reduce your duties for us, etc. Now I hope you understand when I say you will reduce your duties for us. You will reduce your import duties so that we will be able to export more. वो नहीं हुआ. And now in WTO you are saying कि include services also, because who was providing services majorly at that time? Developed countries. Just services आई थी. Then you include intellectual property rights also. Who was having the intellectual property rights for all the new inventions which were happening? Developed countries. So sir, developing countries said, sir, पहले whatever you promised, give us that. Then you discuss on your own issues. Getting it? Then you ask for more. You are keeping on asking on more and more, and you are not giving anything. It is like a one-way relationship. बराबर? One person is keeping on demanding, and he is not giving to the other person कि क्या है. This is the main issue between developed and developing countries. So when I say, I hope you understand when I say developing countries opposed the overloading of Doha development agenda with Singapore issues. समझा? मतलब developing countries are saying कि sir, first please listen to us and then you put forth your issues. What are you having? समझा इतना? ठीक है. There were a lot of concessions given to developing countries. We will discuss 2 or 3 main concessions. कि you don't have to do this now, do it after 10 years. Or developed countries have to follow this, but developing countries के लिए discount है, छूट है. Because see, ultimately the objective is to ensure equitable development. ना जिसको जितना develop होना है, opportunity should be given. Yes or no? To establish a rules-based multilateral trading regime for world trade. This is the main objective of WTO. ठीक है? Now let us speak about the constitution of WTO. कि कैसे काम करता है WTO. So WTO is headed by a director general. ठीक है? There is a director general of WTO who is appointed for 4 years. So currently there is a woman from I don't remember the country, Nairobi या Kenya है. She is the director general of WTO, 4 years है. ठीक है? डायरेक्टर जनरल के नीचे comes जनरल काउंसिल. ठीक है? एक मिनट. I hope you recognize this. Ministerial conference, obviously. General council. डिस्प्यूट सेटलमेंट बॉडी कुछ तो होना चाहिए. और बोर्ड, डिस्प्यूट सेटलमेंट बोर्ड भी बोलते हैं उसको. ठीक है? मेजरली दिस. अभी इसके नीचे भी देयर आर सम काउंसिल्स, इसके नीचे भी देयर आर टीम्स. ऑब्वियसली देयर विल बी सेक्रेटरियल स्टाफ एंड ऑल, दे विल बी वर्किंग फॉर दैट, राइट? सो ये हो गया. I have just written the flow, but I never tell you the things in flow. जो important है मैं सबसे पहले I go to that. ठीक है? Then there is something इसके नीचे, below this there is something called councils for trade. Always remember these 3 words. Always remember these 3 words. 1, 2, 3. Always remember these 3 words. So council for trade in goods, services and intellectual property rights. ठीक है? This is the broad, क्या बोलते हैं, framework. Now I'll tell you the funny part. Who is a part of ministerial conference? कौन है? Is it civil servants or ministers? Ministers. General Council is composed of civil servants of countries, member countries. ठीक है? These are the ministers. See, ministers are वो लोग आएंगे. They will meet for some days. They will go. Who will do the work ultimately? General Council. So this is the executive body. This is the legislative body. I hope you know. Even in India we have executive. Who is the executive body in India? Government. Who is the legislative body? Parliament. So Parliament makes the laws, but who implements those laws? Government. So this is the legislative body. This is the executive body, and ये लोग छोटे बच्चे लोग हैं. ठीक है? In executive body, there are IFS officers, IAS officers, IES officers, IRS officers. They go from all countries. They come. They send their respective civil servants. Sir, how many members are there in WTO? How many members were there in GATT initially? 23. How many members are there in WTO? 164. So imagine ministerial conference में 164 ministers coming in together, है ना? And general council में even if they send 2 people, it will still be 328 का body. ठीक है? Now funny part is general council when it works for policy actions, it functions as general council. General council also acts as dispute settlement body. जब उसको dispute settlement body करना, like you know when it has to settle disputes. General Council also acts as trade policy review board when it wants to review the trade policy of any country. For example, if more and more complaints are coming in against China, let's say, so they will review the trade policy. Is China genuinely doing something wrong or ये लोग फालतू आवाज कर रहे हैं? For example, if someone approaches WTO like Australia approached WTO against China, we read that news. So when it approached WTO, it approached this body, dispute settlement body. But लोग कौन है? Part of General Council only. So when they are executing their policies as WTO, they are known as General Council. When they are hearing complaints, they are known as Dispute Settlement Body. When they are reviewing, it is known as TPRB, and ये नीचे, they are the executioners. Now, what is the complaint process? I'll tell you the complaint process. Not so important, but if Australia has a problem with China, if we have a problem with, let's say, China, first is we will call China and we will tell कि sir, we have a problem with you. If China says okay, we agree, या settlement कर लेते, तो very good. That is known as bilateral settlement. Yes or no? Bilateral means between 2 countries. If China doesn't listen to us, which is often the case, we will go, where will go? WTO. Which body? Dispute settlement body. It will look at us. India का complaint क्या है? China से representations it will ask. Let's say the dispute settlement body does not rule in our favor. It says that China is doing nothing wrong. It can do this. It can raise its import duty. It can do XYZ things. Normally, High Court में जब judgment मिलता है, where do we go? Supreme Court. To appeal. Yes or no? It is a court of appeal. Similarly, dispute settlement body also has an appellate body. ठीक है? It also has an appellate body. Now, old current affairs I am telling you, it is not current now. Old current affairs. Appointments to this, it has 7 judges. 7 judges होते हैं इसमें. Appointments to these judges were stopped by USA. USA also left WTO for a brief time. और under Donald Trump बहुत सारी चीजें हुई है. He left UNFCCC, he left WTO also. Just imagine USA going out of WTO. World trade में से maximum trade is with USA and China and one country moving out. So वो हुआ अभी है, अभी सब normal है. So he blocked the appointment of 7 of a few judges in this appellate body, which means this entire mechanism was non-functional. This was non-functional. There were no judges only in dispute settlement body and appellate body. So what the other countries did is that the other countries signed an informal agreement कि अगर dispute होगा, so we will appoint our own agreed judges and we will solve the dispute. करना ही पड़ेगा if this is not non-functional. That's it. इतना ही पता होना चाहिए. It is an old current affairs. Now it might come, might not come. ठीक है? Now my question to you is, let's say appellate body found out कि yes, China is violating WTO norms. Appellate body rules in favor of India. What can WTO do? Can it impose fine on China? No. Can it impose any penalty on China? No. तो क्या फायदा इस dispute settlement का? What did India get after achieving victory in dispute settlement body? It gives the right to India to impose cross retaliatory measures. India भी import duty बढ़ा सकता है on China, and China cannot complain to WTO saying कि he is breaking the law, because we have already got victory on our side. We have the power, but only against China. Obviously, we cannot do it against Australia. And Australia can go to WTO. So whenever we win a case, we get the power to impose or to break the rules of world trade with that one country. समझा? This is the power. No fine, no penalty, nothing. वो तो भर देगा ना, उसको क्या है, कितना ही मारोगे. What penalty you will impose on big countries? ठीक है? So far so good. Now I am going to the core of WTO, how WTO works. So how many countries in WTO? 164. Latest country कौन थी? अफगानिस्तान. ठीक है? Afghanistan was the latest country. Was India a founding member? Yes, India was a founding member. One very interesting thing I want to tell you. You don't need to be a country to be a member of WTO. You don't need to be a politically sovereign country to be a member of WTO. You need to be a country, you need to be a place with independent monetary policies or economic policies or customs policies to be a member of WTO. Sir, example Hong Kong. Hong Kong is not a politically sovereign country, it is under the control of China. But it is still a member of WTO, different from China. Another example, Taiwan. Have you heard of Taiwan? Various electronics are manufactured there. It is a part of China. It is not a separate country on its own. वो Taiwan का छोटा सा island है. It is not a part of, it is not an independent country. It is a part of China. But Taiwan is separately a member of WTO apart from China. So you need to be a separate, you need to be a, what do we say? I would not say a politically sovereign country. You need to be a country or a place with independent financial policies. So Taiwan's financial policies are independent with that of China. Taiwan designs its own monetary policies, fiscal policies, monetary policies, customs policies, etc. So if you are a country, you might not be recognized by other countries, but if you have all control of your financial and economic angles, you can be a member of WTO. Because WTO is concerned with world trade. मेरे को politics से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है. On paper, of course. On paper ये, off paper तो you know it. ठीक है? Now, what is the one thing that your country can do to prevent imports? क्या हो सकता है? Import duty, increase or reduce? Increase. Can I call it as tariff? ठीक है? Tariff. Import duty is tariff. When I raise my import duty, I am raising my tariff measures. Is there any other measure through which I can discourage my imports? Let's say import duty I cannot increase. Import duty I have to keep it at 10%. Is there any other measure I can restrict my imports? Can I restrict the quantity of imports? More than 100 kgs cannot be imported in 1 month. Finished. Duty उतना ही है, 10%. Yes or no? Do you agree with this? So I hope you know this word called quota. Quota is allocation. Yes or no? So in 1 month, 100 kg से ज़्यादा you cannot import in your country, which means restriction है without changing the tariff. Yes or no? Can I say onions have to be of extremely high quality, only then they will be allowed to be imported. थोड़ा भी खराब हुआ, थोड़ा भी नीचे हुआ, then it is not allowed to be imported. Is it not a restriction on imports? Yes, because you know not many onions will fit in that criteria. ठीक है? So these measures, these are called as non-tariff measures. Do you understand why non-tariff? These are non-tariff measures. The example I gave you of quality and everything, I am not giving it a word now because हम बाद में आएंगे, we'll come to this again because that is something which we'll discuss. But I hope you know what is tariff measures. Tariff measures is nothing but duties. ठीक है? Duties कम ज़्यादा करना. And non-tariff measures are apart from duties. Which do you think is easier to implement? This or this? Tariff is easier to implement because you have to just change the rate and हो जाता है काम. यहाँ पे you have to look into the individual details, what is the quality required, what is the quota required, how much do we need, etc. etc. This is easier. So pay attention, WTO always encourages reduction of non-tariff measures. They say कि don't put artificial restrictions, डालना है within limits you can put on tariff, within limits decided by WTO, agreed by WTO. समझा ये? Now, I will tell you the 3 foundational principles of WTO, 3 main pillars, 3 principles, not agreements, because agreements आगे आएगा. 3 foundational principles of WTO. ठीक है? Pay attention to the words, very interesting. Now we are beginning 3. One, we'll discuss one by one. ठीक है? First, national treatment. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Goods, चाहे इंडिया का हो बाहर का हो, goods whether Indian goods or foreign goods, you should treat them as same. You should not discriminate. Very simple example. Ministry of Health advising you to eat only Indian grapes and not French grapes. Discriminate हो गया? If there is a genuine reason, then that's a separate thing. But this is without any genuine health concern. हो गया discriminate? Government encouraging only using Indian chilies compared to Pakistani chilies. ठीक है? Not allowed. See, principle क्या है? Non-discrimination. Principle क्या है? It should be free. Principle क्या है? That trade should be based on quality and prices only and not due to government intervention. Simple है. We are looking at Adam Smith here, hand off market. ठीक है? We are looking at normal without government intervention. We are now making one world, the entire world, one market. Yes or no? कि government import duty, government artificial restrictions, government any other फालतू discrimination should be very minimum. But it should be free for all. Yes or no? तो जिसका चिली ज्यादा अच्छा क्वालिटी का है वो खाओ, that you will eat. Why should government say कि eat Indian chili only, it has more nutritional value? समझा? चिली चिली है यार. National treatment. All goods in your country, whatever country, if you are a member of WTO, if you are a signatory to WTO, all goods should be treated nationally as if they were produced in India. समझा? My phone is of Samsung. Government will treat Samsung phone as Indian phone. If it is going to launch any policy with respect to mobile phone, कि don't use mobile phone more than 3 hours at a stretch, let us say. It cannot discriminate कि you can use Indian made mobile phones for 3 hours at a stretch, but Samsung or Apple you cannot use. ऐसा नहीं कर. If it applies, then apply to all products, irrespective of whether it is Indian or it is foreign. Do you agree with this? National treatment. Give everyone national treatment. It is like a doctor. He gives, वो patient भले ही rural, urban, male, female, he gives equal treatment to all the patients. Yes or no? Simple. So basically, no discrimination is the principle. Second and very, very, very important principle, very, very, very important principle is, look at the word, most favored nation. Sir, ये क्या है? I would take time on this. This is something fun. This is something very interesting. We started at 4, ना? कितना बजा? 1.5 hours. Most favored nation. What do you think? What comes to your mind when you read most favored nation? We are favoring some nation. We are giving special treatment to one country. Yes or no? It is exactly not that. It is exactly opposite of that. What MFN means is, see, the meaning goes very opposite to the wording. I agree with this. It is very confusing. Most favored nation means, if you consider some country as your best friend, consider everyone as your best friend. समझा? If you are reducing your import duty for Australia, reduce import duty for every country. If you are importing wines from Australia, if you are reducing import duty on wines from Australia, you have to reduce import duty on wines from every other country. You cannot give special treatment to only one or selected countries. You have to give special treatment to all countries. That is the meaning of most favored nation. So very favorite MCQ of UPSC classes test series is that most favored nation means giving special treatment to one country. True or false? False. It is giving special treatment to all countries. समझा ये? Did you understand this? It is exactly opposite to what it says. Most favored nation. If you are favoring one nation, you have to favor every nation. What are the goals we are trying to achieve? Do you realize we are trying to stop discrimination here? कि अगर आपके इसमें best friend हो, then everyone is your best friend. Treat everyone as your best friend. ठीक है? There are 3 exceptions to this, which means wherein you can violate the most favored nation clause. There are 3 exceptions to this. ठीक है? Three नहीं, 2 है. I will club them for ease of understanding. There are 2 exceptions to this. अच्छा, this is the article 1 of WTO. Yeah? Just imagine, most favored nation. It is the most important aspect. So first exception is, you will like the second exception. First exception is, ठीक है? It's okay even if you don't write, you will find these in books. ये सब books में, there is nothing new. ठीक है? Exception says, if you sign a free trade agreement with any country, what is a free trade agreement? That duties would be very low between both countries. ऐसा नहीं कि you are only considering him as your best friend. He should also consider you as your best friend. Then it is allowed. I'll tell you the reason why. It goes against MFN, yes or no, but it is allowed. Sir, what is preferential trade agreement? Preferential trade agreement means you prefer one nation over other countries. It is allowed. But the thing is, the difference between that is it should not be arbitrary. It should be agreed upon. It should be in writing. It should be an agreement. It should be proper agreement. Mood के ऊपर नहीं चलेगा. So India has signed free trade agreements and preferential trade agreements with many countries. समझा? So for example, we get a lot of nice dry fruits from Afghanistan. So we have signed an FTA with Afghanistan when it comes to dry fruits and all. But obviously, Afghanistan will not sign an agreement unless it is getting something in return. Two way है. One way, random, arbitrarily, mood के ऊपर नहीं होना चाहिए. Now the reason behind this is, when let's say India and Afghanistan sign an agreement, we come closer. ठीक है? Let's say Afghanistan and Kazakhstan have signed an agreement, they come closer. India and Kazakhstan might also sign an agreement tomorrow. Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan have signed an agreement, they are already close. So two best friends will become 3 best friends, they will become 4 best friends, they will become 5 best friends. This will help ensure a regional integration. That is the reason behind this. So then, let's say 5 best friends है, तो उन 5 best friends में trade is seamless, trade is without any restriction. So that 5 countries in the eyes of WTO is one country only because they are trading amongst themselves. With outside countries they are discriminating, but within themselves they are not discriminating. That is allowed. So it goes exactly opposite to most favored nation. The only difference being here is that it is agreed upon, it is properly authenticated, it is properly signed. Both countries have signed it. It is not one way. So tomorrow just a phone call happens from USA president to Indian president and Indian president or India reduces the import duty for USA. ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. That is not most favored nation. है ना? And if today you are reducing for USA, then reduce for all other countries. Unless you have already written that you will reduce for USA and signed a free trade agreement, PTA. Sir, वैसे तो every country will sign a PTA with everyone. That is the goal of WTO, na? Is it not? That is the goal of WTO, to have all countries trade seamlessly with each other. That is one. Secondly, if we have signed a preferential trade agreement with China, USA will not sign a preferential trade agreement with us because conflicting interest. So hence it is not so easy to sign PTAs and FTAs. You have to balance also. And also in these agreements, a lot of political and internal security considerations are also taken. So we might not sign a PTA with China. We might sign a PTA with Australia, वो दोस्त है अपना, or with Japan, that is also fine. But with China we might not. ठीक है? Did you understand most favored nation and the first exception? This is the first exception. I would write here exception. Samjha? Exception number 2. I hope you will love this exception. I will write 3 words and you have to understand what is the exception. 3 words, only 3 words. And this is a special exception mentioned in WTO. Exception to most favored nation. क्या हो सकता है? 3 words I will write. You will understand. Before that, if let's say India has given Australia the status of most favored nation, which means India considers Australia its best friend, which means India has to give most favored nation status to all other countries. Yes or no? Do you agree with this? Exception is this: if you sign an agreement and all, तो आप कर सकते. Second, 3 words I am writing. ये exception है. It is not required for India to give most favored nation to Pakistan and not required for Pakistan to give most favored nation to India. Means Pakistan can make everyone else his or her best friend, but it can discriminate against India. India can make everyone his or her best friend, but it can discriminate against Pakistan. This is mentioned in WTO. We are there everywhere. India, Pakistan. Okay? Reason being, we have our own differences. So when we resolve that, then we will give each other. So the status was India gave MFN status to Pakistan. Pakistan did not give MFN status to India. India said, ठीक है, ले लो. We will not discriminate against Pakistan. Pakistan said, we will discriminate against India. ठीक है? After the attack on Galwan Valley last year, after Pulwama attack 2 years ago, you know Pakistan keeps on attacking parts of Kashmir and all. After Pulwama attack, we withdrew MFN status of Pakistan. What is the impact of that? The impact of that is that Pakistani imports will become costlier. The impact of that is Pakistani exporters will suffer. Okay, so Indian exporters always suffer when exporting to Pakistan, but we still did not mind. We said ki theek hai, we will give MFN status to Pakistan in the spirit of WTO. But after Pulwama attack, we said ki enough is enough. We are withdrawing. So currently neither India has not given MFN to Pakistan and currently Pakistan also has not given MFN status to India. So if it comes कि India had earlier given and now withdrawn, yes. ऐसा नहीं है कि India had never given status to Pakistan. अभी 2 years ago तक था. After Pulwama attack, India withdrew the MFN status given to Pakistan. So now India's best friends are everyone but Pakistan. Pakistan's best friends are everyone but India. Second principle, most favored nation. क्या ये समझा? Is this clearly understood? Very easily understood. ठीक है? See, I'll tell you what is the reason between these things. When you, can I say we are withdrawing government intervention when we do this? Consider every good as national good only. Government को अलग से discriminate, you should not discriminate. Consider every country as your friend, you should not discriminate. We are withdrawing government intervention. Yes or no? So what will be the basis of trade then? किस basis पे trade होगा? Quality and prices. Not government policies. Yes or no? Government import duty reduce करता है, trade increases. Government import duty increases, trade reduces. This is government intervention. It is like increasing taxes and reducing taxes. But ultimately, trade should happen on 2 factors, quality and price. Yes or no? कितने का है and what is the quality? These all clauses work towards achieving that objective. समझा? Very easy. Third is simple. Third principle is very simple. Do you treat your men friends and women friends in the same manner? If you are a man or a woman, Do you treat your men friends and women friends in the same manner? Men friends को we slap casually, मारते हैं ऐसे. We cannot do that with women friends. Similarly, when you are a woman, with women friends you are more close. Normally they talk a lot, but with men friends थोड़ा distance रहता है normal. Do you treat normally abled and differently abled people in the same manner? Handicapped or whatever you want to call it, differently abled people. Do you treat them in the same manner or thoda you do special considerations? There are some countries which are differently abled in the world. There are some developing countries. There are some least developed countries. Do you know the concept of least developed countries? LDC बोलते हैं उसको कि they are very poor countries. So do you think all these rules should apply equally to developed countries also and least developing countries also? और थोड़ा concession होना चाहिए. Concession होना चाहिए, yes or no? So that is the third principle of WTO, third foundational principle. English देख लीजिए. It is called as special and differential. समझा English? Special and differential treatment given to some countries. Which countries? Developed countries or developing or least developed countries? नीचे वाले least developed or somewhere developed countries, developing countries also. ठीक है? This is special and differential treatment. Now, very interesting part I would like to tell. There are three categories of countries. Very simple. One, developed. Second क्या है? Developing. Third, least developed countries, LDC. ठीक है? Least developed countries. Who would require the maximum support of these provisions? This. And somewhere here, these would not require. Now, funny part is, how to determine whether a country is developed or developing? Have you thought about it? How do you determine? On what basis? On income basis, GDP basis? GDP में तो हम third है, but we are not developed country. ठीक है? UN has a separate method. So WTO says कि as per UN, LDCs are identified. चलो, okay. So people earning below $1 a day वाला जो criteria है, very very poor country. As per UN, this is the criteria. So if you fall under the UN criteria, you are a LDC even in WTO. So you will get the benefits of S&D. What about these two? Self-declaration. मैं developed हूँ. Now, do you think other countries would agree to your status? If today India says I am developed country, do you think other countries might agree? If today says India is developing, do you think other countries might agree if they think that we are developed? Okay? Always remember, developed countries and LDCs have some concessions in WTO. So now every country would want to become a developing country because it is self-declaration. है ना? This is another point of battle between developed and developing countries. India says it is a developing country, USA says you are developed. तुम बड़ा करते हो, विकास, you are developed. Literally, since the past 1 or 2 years, India has been seen as developed country in WTO by various countries. But हमें पता है हमें अंदर क्या हो रहा है. We know what is happening inside India. Developing है या developed है. So this is also a point of battle. Self-certification, self-declaration, right? अभी उल्टा सोचो. You are a genuinely developing country, but just because USA doesn't want to give you any concession, it will say you are a developed country. हो सकता है. That is a major problem with WTO. ठीक है? So WTO reforms में one of the major concerns is these things. ठीक है? Now there are some concessions for developing countries. There are some concessions for developing countries. Did we leave anything here? Yes. Did we? We'll come back to these. ठीक. There are some concessions for developing countries. Either only I'll write. ठीक है? There are some concessions for developing countries, some concessions. how does WTO determine developed country and developing countries? Self declaration. खुद ही बताओ. Weird. First, technical assistance. Do you agree? Technical assistance. Help मिलेगा थोड़ा, free service मिलेगा, assistance. See, they might not have proper commerce ministers also. They might not have proper bureaucrats. Very poor countries है. So we will help them. ठीक है. Second, we will discuss. Third, we will discuss. Okay, these are two very important things. That is why we'll come back to this and we'll write. अभी तक समझा? Everything. ठीक है, everything. What is non-tariff? What is an example of non-tariff? Quotas, excessive technical requirements, quality requirements. One more word I will write, otherwise you will say, sir, आपने तो बताया नहीं, but for me it is. These are called as tariff and non-tariff barriers. Huh? Barriers है ना, barriers होते हैं. So these are called as tariff and non-tariff barriers. ठीक है, these are called tariff and non-tariff barriers. Right? Non-tariff example quota, tariff example import duty. Export duty is an example of what? Tariff barrier. Tariff ही है ना, rate है, rate of tax. Duty is after all a tax, ना? Custom is a tax. ठीक है? So now actually we are coming to the juicy part of WTO. इसके आगे everything is romanchak. You know, one country fighting with other country, we are going to see that. There are more than 100 agreements in WTO. Agreements. So WTO organization है, उसके अंदर every topic has separate agreements. ठीक है? More than 100 agreements in WTO. If you want to become a member of WTO, sign all the agreements, otherwise get out. Simple. Sign all the agreements, otherwise get out. A country is coming, country is saying knock knock, I want to become a member of WTO. WTO में बोला है कि whatever agreements you will make you sign, you have to sign it, otherwise you are not a member of WTO. समझा? This is one part. 3 major agreements we are going to see. Out of 100, 3 major agreements we are going to see. The fourth one, which was nowhere mentioned in the book or mentioned in somewhere corner, was asked in UPSC 2020 paper. UPSC वैसे ही चलता रहता है. First and major agreement. We are starting with the first and major agreement called see, there are the 3 major agreements which we are going to discuss, 3 or 4. 2 are big, 2 are small. So this is a big one, this is a major one. Look at the name, it should be a major one. ठीक है? Agreement on agriculture. This agreement decides the world trade between countries in agricultural goods. बराबर? How would goods be traded? Why this is very sensitive? Because agriculture, it is food. It is the backbone of any country, be it developed country, developing country, least developed country. So all the rules are very stringent here. This is a major agreement, very bulky agreement, very thick agreement है ये. All the countries have signed it because all WTO members have to sign all the agreements. ठीक है? There are 3 essential clauses in this agreement. बहुत सारे हैं, but 3 essential clauses in this agreement. First clause. Domestic support. Second clause, market access. Third clause, export subsidies. See, at the end of this chapter, at the end of this lecture, or whenever we end this chapter, I assure you, you will become an expert in WTO. We are doing everything slowly. Okay? How many foundational principles are there in WTO? 3. Which are they? First, national treatment. Second, most favored nation. Third, special and differential provisions. How many agreements are there? More than 100. We are going to see 3 major agreements. First agreement is agreement on agriculture. What is the objective of WTO? To establish a rules-based trading regime. ठीक है? In a multilateral world trade. ठीक है, वो सब. Domestic support, market access, export subsidies. Right? Market access की बात करते हैं हम. Market access. What is market access? What do you think is market access? क्या लगता है? There are two things in market access which are mentioned. ठीक है? Language is very simple. All countries have to strive to increase market access to agricultural products of all other countries. Simple है. और तो objective है WTO का कि we should try कि all other countries agri products also come to India. Every country will try that. There are two things which are mentioned which you have to do or which you can do. One, see this. Move from non-tariff to tariff. समझा क्यों? Tariff is easier to maintain, tariff is easier to administer. So non-tariff quota आप खत्म करो. First step is non-tariff restrictions you finish. Keep only tariff restrictions. We are talking about agreement on agriculture. AOA बोलते हैं इसको. Second step, limit these tariffs. Limit or bind these tariffs. 10% के ऊपर import duty not allowed. Simple. So earlier, let's say we demand chilies from Pakistan and we said कि only 500 quintals can be allowed per month. Agreement sign करने के बाद we are not allowed to do that. Agreement sign करने के बाद we are not allowed to differentiate on the basis of non-tariff but move towards tariff. And that tariff, चलो we say कि 100% import duty, ऐसा भी नहीं है. You should limit or bind your tariff to a level. इतना ही है, इसके ऊपर I will not go. Can you go? Yes, you can go. WTO से permission लेके, policy exceptions, they are always there. But these are the rules. Did you understand what is market access? So how can you provide market access? By moving towards tariff barrier, and then second step by limiting your tariffs. Is it clear? This first step is also called as tarification. है ना? You are converting quotas हटाओ, सब कुछ हटाओ, tariff रखो and then उसको bind करो कि 20% के ऊपर it can never go or it can go only when exception arises. इतना समझा? Market access. Export subsidies. 9th ministerial conference हुआ था in Nairobi, if I am not wrong. I have not written that here. 10th ministerial conference हुआ था Nairobi में. What is export subsidies? What is export subsidies? Export duty नहीं, it is export subsidy. क्या है export subsidy? Subsidy for exporting. So you are encouraging exporters by giving them export subsidies. Now tell me, is it against WTO spirit or with WTO spirit? Always remember, WTO spirit is that trade should happen only on the basis of quality and price. No government intervention. Yes or no? If you are subsidizing an exporter to export a particular good, is it not a government intervention? Yes. Is it against WTO spirit or with WTO spirit? It is against WTO spirit. WTO बोलते why are you subsidizing? अगर उसका product अच्छा है, if he is giving good price, he will sell goods. Why are you promoting your exporter? Otherwise, every country will promote its exporters and then वो duties and उसमें ही चला जाएगा. So WTO says do not subsidize your exporters. See, it is not duty. Duty tariff में आ गया. This is subsidy. You are giving some other facility to the exporter. ठीक है, you are giving some other facility to the exporter so that he is subsidizing it and he is selling at a lower price. Normally he sells apples at 100 rupees per kg in the world market. You tell him कि you sell at 90 rupees, 10 रुपए government will give to his bank account. Now what will happen? His apples everyone will buy. Yes or no? Is it against WTO spirit? Yes, because his price is not fair. His price is subsidized by the government See, exporter is not losing price because he is getting 10 rupees from the government, but 90 में बेच रहा है वो. But due to that selling on in 90 rupees, everyone is buying from him, and nobody is buying from other countries' apples, which is against WTO spirit. Are you getting this? This is a deep topic, है ना? Export subsidies. समझा? 10th Ministerial Conference, Nairobi, 2000. 11th happened in 2017 in Argentina, the last one. So 10th happened in 2015. Every 2 years in Nairobi it happened, Kenya, Nairobi. They decided to phase out export subsidies. समझा या नहीं समझा? They decided to phase out export subsidies. समझा? Because they are trade distorting or not trade distorting? Export subsidies are trade distorting or not trade distorting? What do you understand by the word distort? Distortion? मतलब to disturb, to reduce the balance. So they are trade distorting. वो trade का balance, it disturbs the trade balance because of artificial intervention by the government. Export subsidies. समझा? अभी आते हैं इंडिया का फेवरेट टॉपिक, द ओनली रीजन व्हाई इंडिया फाइट्स कंट्रीज एट WTO इज डोमेस्टिक सपोर्ट. व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय डोमेस्टिक सपोर्ट? क्या लगता है? डोमेस्टिक मीन्स अ कंट्री स्पेसिफिक. व्हाट सपोर्ट कैन वी गिव? वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर, दिस थिंग. व्हाट सपोर्ट डू यू थिंक? Subsidies, do we subsidize our farmers? Yes. Are farmers also exporters? Yes. Do farmers sell to exporters? Yes. Farmer sold to exporter at full price, you subsidize exporter. Galat. You subsidize farmer directly. He sold to exporter at less price, exporter is selling at less price. Are you understanding? Problem है domestic support provided to farmers, provided to the main producers of agriculture. ठीक है? Now, domestic support में आता है subsidies. Right? Are all subsidies bad? No. WTO says all subsidies are not bad. Which are bad? Trade distorting or non-trade distorting? Which are bad? Trade distorting are bad. Simple है. Have you seen a traffic light? Red, yellow, green. Which would be trade distorting? Red or green? Red one. Red is trade distorting. ना danger है ना वो for WTO. Green one would be चलेगा. That subsidy is okay. Did you understand or not understand? Green is okay, no problem. ठीक है? So the subsidies which are not trade distorting, subsidies which are not trade distorting, not trade distorting, they are called as green box subsidies. Box है, box. ठीक है? There are certain conditions which are required to be fulfilled for a subsidy to become green box. Green box subsidies any country can give any number of time. आप दे दो, WTO will not have any problem. Are you understanding this? Are you getting this? ठीक है? Green box subsidies, no problem. WTO is not having any problem. Just chill, bro. ठीक है? Green box are non-trade distorting. Green box are non-trade distorting. Right? Green box have, I will write some characteristics. Green box have no limits. कितना भी दो. ठीक है? Green box have no limits. Green box have are non-trade distorting. Green box must be government funded. ऐसा नहीं कि you took money from the public just to give subsidy. It should be government funded. Obviously government के पास money, tax and all से ही आएगा. But just for the purpose of subsidy, you should not raise tax. That is one. Second, it should not involve, very, very, very important point. It should not involve Price support. What do you mean by price support? Domestic support, price support. Matlab, it should not reduce the price of the product. You should not subsidize mango seller. Let's say we have Alfonso mangoes, Ratnagiri mangoes are world famous. They are exported to all parts of the world. If today government subsidizes the farmer, what would happen? Price of product will reduce. What would happen? Distort hoga world trade, because then the price is not real price. It is not a real. It is an artificially reduced price. We don't want that. Okay? So green subsidy should not involve price support. Example of green subsidy I will tell you. Farmer education. Is it reducing price of any product? No. Not for specific product. Not for specific product. What about fertilizer subsidy? Chalega? Fertilizer subsidy is okay because it is not directed towards a particular product. Do you know PM Kisan scheme? There is a scheme called PM Kisan scheme. That scheme gives 2000 rupees for three installments to farmers. Just enjoy. It is a income support scheme. Whatever income you earn is not sufficient. So government will deposit 2000 rupees, 2000 ke 3 installments in 1 year. Total 6000 rupees in a year government will give to farmers. Whatever farmers want, they can do. Is it trade distorting? No, because it is not directed towards a particular product. Government is not telling farmers, mango ugao. Government is not telling farmers, reduce the price of mangoes. Government is telling, keep this 2000. You can spend it on your sister's wedding, daughter's wedding. You can spend it on her education. You can spend it on your health, or you can spend it on your alcohol. Whatever you want to do, you do. It is income support. Those schemes are known as income support schemes. Income support, samjha? They are supplementing your income. They are not telling you, they are not giving you subsidy for a particular type of thing. Okay? So then I will give you example. You tell whether it is a green box or other box. Okay? Not directed towards particular product, not involve price support, not for specific products. Okay? Not affecting production levels. Not affecting production levels, because why? If government gives subsidy and it increases your production increases, what will happen? Price will reduce. Price will happen, what will happen? Trade will distort. So not dependent on, so aisa nahi hai ki the farmer who will produce the maximum mangoes will get the maximum subsidy. Not allowed. Not affecting production levels. Are you understanding? These are safe subsidies which are given to all farmers generally. Okay? Now, for example, government gives subsidy on electricity. Chalega. It is an input to all products. It is not dependent on production level. Samjha? It is anything you do, you don't grow, you leave your job, you don't do farming, still you will get subsidized electricity. That is a green box subsidy. Okay? Samjha? Did you understand green box? I would write it here, non-trade distorting. Because वो मैं रब कर दूंगा. Non-trade distorting. ठीक है, done? Non-trade distorting. समझा? Next. इसका opposite क्या होगा? Trade distorting. What would it be called? Red box. It's not called red box. It is called amber box. Do you know amber? Amber color is the yellow color. Yellow color is called amber. Fancy ना? नाम fancy रखना है. Amber box. What do you think are the characteristics of amber box? इसका opposite. Simple. इसका opposite मतलब they involve price support. They are for specific products. They affect production levels. They are trade distorting. They are trade distorting. ठीक है? They are trade distorting. Right? So now, first part. Does India have trade distorting subsidies? Majority of India's subsidies are amber box subsidies. Majority. Have you heard of a term called MSP, minimum support price? What it does is that government ensures farmers a minimum price for the products. Government says that I will try to sell it in the market. If you are not able to sell it above 50 rupees per kilo, I will buy at 50 rupees per kilo. If you are able to sell it at 70, sell it in the market. Government says farmers, I will buy your product at 50 rupees per kilo. इससे क्या होता है? Minimum price of product is now 50 rupees per kilo. So when farmer is selling in the international market, he will at least have 50 rupees per kilo as the price. Is it trade distorting? Yes. भले ही उसका worth would be 30 rupees, but government is giving 50. So when farmer will go to international market to sell that, he will quote 50 rupees because for him government is already giving 50. He will keep at least 50 rupees. He will not sell at 30. Is it trade distorting? Yes. MSP is the biggest subsidy India has, or biggest regime India has, and it is the biggest trade distorting subsidy that India has. Majority of the India subsidies are amber box. So a very high level point I am going to tell you, you might not appreciate it now. बाद में when you are writing your mains exam तभी, the job of India at WTO is to convert as many amber box subsidies as possible to green box subsidies. To remove the trade distorting element out of the subsidies and to give maximum green box subsidies, because इससे क्या होता है? Majority of the cases against India in WTO, whatever cases are there in India against WTO, majority of them are for amber box subsidies. Do you realize why it is bad for developed countries or why they complain against us? If India is ensuring a minimum price for its farmers, farmers will quote above that in the market. Farmer will say कि मेरे को इतना चाहिए, farmer will say कि मेरे को इतना चाहिए, ठीक है? That is one. Second most important part, just I'll give you a brief example of MSP, how MSP works, ठीक है? Farmer MSP में कैसा है? Farmer is ready to sell at 30. Farmer is ready to sell at 30. Government says I will buy at 50. ठीक है? When farmer goes to export market, it's very simple question. When farmer goes to export market, the higher price the better or the lower price the better? Think and tell. Lower price the better, because others will buy from him. Na? If he is having a very high price, nobody will buy from him. Lower price the better. Government tells you sell at 30 rupees, I will give you 20 rupees. जो 50 का agreed है, the 50 rupees which I am going to buy from you, you sell it there. How much are you getting? Farmer says कि sell, if I sell at 50 rupees, nobody will buy. Government says sell at 30, I will give you 20 rupees. You are getting 50, don't worry. 30 you are getting from international market, I am giving you 20. Not allowed. And we do that. ठीक है? One more reason why MSP or one more reason why we have MSP is because we borrow a lot of food grains. So before understanding this, you need to understand how MSP system works. Government ensures minimum prices, minimum support price है ना, ensures minimum prices from farmers. अभी who is selling goods to whom here? Farmer is selling goods to government. Government, why does government want agricultural goods? क्यों चाहिए government को agricultural goods? To distribute to poor people. Have you heard of PDS, public distribution system? This will go to PDS. ठीक है? If this is not happening, government tells you sell it at the export market, I will still give you MSP. You sell there at 30 rupees, I will give you plus 20. तेरा 50 rupees done. Your 50 rupees is fixed. ठीक है? If government did not give this 20 rupees, farmer would have sold at a higher price, जो उसका cost था 40 rupees है तो 40 rupees में बेचता. But since government is ensuring 20 rupees in your pocket, you are able to sell at a lower price. Yes or no? MSP bad. Second reason. These goods are kept with the government, whatever government is buying. Have you heard something called as buffer stock? Buffer stock is we keep goods in our godowns, rice, wheat, anytime, anywhere you require it, you will release it from the market. ठीक है? Now buffer stock, when you keep so much of a buffer stock, when government keeps so much of a buffer stock and it releases the buffer stock, what will happen to the price? fall or increase? Fall. It will fall down. Let's say from government, some exporter is buying goods from buffer stock. When government releases buffer stock, one exporter is there, he is buying the goods. When government releases buffer stock, he will get the goods at a high price or low price? Low price. He will sell the goods in the international market at high price or low price? Low price. Problem. Trade distorting. Samjha why it is trade distorting? Are you getting this? So sir, are trade distorting subsidies banned? No, they are not banned at all. There is a restriction on trade distorting subsidies. You cannot give more than 5% of your production value. You cannot give amber box subsidies. More than 10% allowed नहीं है. More than 10%, यहाँ 10, वहाँ 5 of production value. Did you understand how MSP is affecting or how our subsidies are affecting the prices of products? Because government is indirectly incentivizing farmers to sell it at a lower price and then I will give you, don't worry. Is it not what we spoke here? Domestic support. यहाँ पे exporters को subsidies are not allowed. But what about farmers को you subsidize? What about you tell farmers ki you sell at low price, I will give you remaining money. He will sell at low price directly. He becomes an exporter now. Getting it? Not allowed. But allowed only up to 5% of production value in a year. So rice production value, let's say 200 quintals into let's say 1 rupee per quintal suppose. So 200 quintals का 5% जितना भी होगा, उतना तक you can give subsidy, उतना तक you can give trade distorting amber box subsidy. But and more than 10% you can give. I will tell you why 5 and 10 are different. But उसके ऊपर you cannot give. This 5% is allowed to developed countries. Developed. ठीक है? This 10% is allowed to developing. Who is getting more benefit here? Developing. 10% allowed है ना उसको. He can give up to 10% and then problem होगा. He can give only up to 5%. So one of the concessions given to developing countries, 10% of amber box subsidies instead of 5%. ठीक है? Everyone was following 5%, but developing countries get a restriction of 10%. समझा या नहीं समझा? Now I will tell you a fancy word. एक बार देसी समझ में आ गया, फिर fancy word. This limit of 5 and 10%, this limit of 5 and 10%, fancy word is called de minimis, the minimum of minimum something, de minimis. So de minimis limit of India is how much? 5 or 10%? 10%. USA 5. ठीक है? The amount of subsidies which you are giving currently, it can be either more than 10%, but you have to reduce it to 10%. It can be less than 10% already. The amount of support you are giving in these cases is called as AMS, aggregate measure of support. Total कितना है आपका? ठीक है? Now, very important. Do you remember the chart which I made where we procure goods from farmers and when we keep buffer stocks, where we give it to PDS and all, yes or no? Is it not necessary for food security of India? It is necessary. Tomorrow onions go out of stock, we will release buffer stock, yes or no? Or prices of rice rises very high, we will release the stock so that prices cool down. So this restriction is directly in conflict with food security, yes or no? So on one hand, this is a dilemma. On one hand, you have to always be within this de minimis limit. On the other hand, you also have to procure more and more to ensure food security, yes or no? You also have to encourage farmers to produce by giving them higher prices, yes or no? By telling them ki you sell at whatever price you want, I will be there to pay you the remaining difference, yes or no? So domestic support the subsidies which are given by government are with the intention of national security, national food security, national farmers economic security, but at the world level what do? They distort trade. This is a balance which we have to maintain. Many cases are pending against India and other developing countries including China. China developed है but in WTO developing मानते हैं. Many cases are pending against this thing. Now I'll tell you something very important. बहुत फाइटिंग हुआ इस पे, बहुत सारा फाइटिंग हुआ, ठीक है? And this issue came to be known as de minimis issue. One, second, other name, इसको और भी नाम दिया है. See this, whether you understand this name or not. Public stockholding of food grains issue. Not only India, various developing countries have this issue. Public stockholding of food grains and de minimis. समझा? What is the total quantum of subsidies we give called as aggregate measure of support, AMS. De minimis issue, you know, public stockholding of food grains issue, you know. Developed countries, developing countries constantly fighting with one another, constantly fighting. Finally it was decided कि ऐसे नहीं होगा, fight करके नहीं होगा. In Bali, we had our 9th ministerial conference in 2013. ठीक है? In Bali we had our 9th ministerial conference in 2013, where it was decided, very important decision taken by WTO ministerial conference, where it was decided that unless a permanent solution is found to this issue, there is no problem, even if you breach 10%. So you can say the 5-10% limit is suspended as of now. So every ministerial conference this issue comes up, but solution doesn't come. 2013 se chal raha hai, 10 years will happen now. And this particular solution or this particular judgment, unless a permanent solution is found, you cannot do anything. You cannot file a case against the country. आप war नहीं कर सकते हो. This is called as very important peace clause. Peace clause समझा? Peace. You don't put case on me, I will not put case on you because we have not found a solution to our problem. Now tell me, this issue, should it fall under Singapore issue or Doha Development Agenda issue? It is a Doha issue. Why? Because public stockholding of food grains, ये वाला उसका issue है. ठीक है? One more problem we have with amber box subsidies is that, I'll just give a brief introduction to it, no need to go into depth. Amber box subsidies, जो 10% हम limit बोलते हैं, 10% of what? Of value of production. Value of production, does it include inflation, yes or no? Nominal value we take, always we take nominal values unless real are specified. Inflation भी है, ठीक है. You only tell me. Inflation compared to 2018, if I take 2018 as a base year, I hope you know what is base year now. 2018 as a base year and calculation for 2020 मैं करूँगा. Compared to 2000 as a base year and 2020 में calculation, what would be more expensive or where will inflation be higher? I am taking 2018 as a base year, which means 100 rupees in 2018. 2020 में price became 105 rupees, 5% inflation. Compared to base year 2000 and comparing with 2020, which will be higher? Inflation would be higher in base year long, which is older, yes or no? Because 2000 में वो price कितना होगा उसका? 50 rupees. And now the price is 105 rupees. So more than double हो गया है. हो सकता है, because earlier prices were less. So do you agree that the longer in the past you take the base year, the inflation figure rises? Because वो तभी से तो बहुत महंगा है ना. Your parents bought a piece of land for 1 lakh rupees, but today that cost is 1 crore rupees. or your sister bought a piece of land 2 years ago for 95 lakh rupees, today it is 1 crore rupees. तो अभी तो 5 ही लाख इन्फ्लेशन हुआ है, but compared to past कितना इन्फ्लेशन हुआ है, yes or no? WTO uses 1986-87 as the base year for calculation of subsidy figure inflation. India says बहुत पुराना है ये. India says use a latest figure, then inflation would reduce when you, ठीक है, now inflation would reduce, which means your subsidy का quantum would also reduce. तो अभी, for example, I'll give you an example. The value of production is 100 rupees. Sorry, the value of production is 105 rupees. ठीक है, how much is the limit we can go? 10% we can go. 10.5 से ज़्यादा we cannot go. बराबर subsidy. This has inflation also. ठीक है. Now, if we compare it with 86-87, we will have a huge inflation here, right? इसमें बहुत inflation. So if I want to get to real figures, what will I have to do? I will have to extract a huge number out of it. If I take 1920 as a figure, let's say 1920 as a figure, तो क्या होगा ये 105 का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कितना होगा? 103. 2 rupees has been the inflation. ठीक है? So inflation is very less. WTO says कि inflation is also considered in calculation, but we say कि sir inflation is very less. You use very less inflation in your calculation of figures. Don't use this much. So अगर 86-87 से if you compare, this 10.5 is a big percentage of 86-87 prices, but very small percentage of 103 prices. That is what India is arguing. No need to, if you don't understand, it's okay. This is just some technical bit I'm telling. This is what India is arguing. Do not do this. Take a latest figure. That is one. Second, India says you, to developed countries, you classify your subsidies as green box, but in reality they are amber box. So उनका design of subsidies in such a manner that on paper they seem green box, but असल में they are price distorting or trade distorting. That is the second issue which India argues. And let me tell you one thing very clearly, that India is one of the leading members in WTO. WTO is one of the very few forums where India actually has a where India actually has a standing. Very few forums hai. I'll tell you the reason also. Everywhere in almost all other forums, the amount of money you bring, utna votes you get. For example, if you are bringing in 14%, 1/4 of the money to WTO or to any organization, you will get 14% of the votes. Similar like company hota hai na, if you are a owner of 51% of shares, you will get 51% vote, yes or no? World Bank, IMF, everywhere is the same thing. WTO follows the rule of one country, one vote. Whether you are a big country, whether you are a small country, you will get only one vote. That is why India ka vote is also equivalent with all other developed countries' vote. And India is very vocal when it comes to protecting farmers, when it comes to, see, India mein farmers are considered to be very backbone. ठीक है? Now it is very shameful that they are poor or they don't get proper facilities. That is policy issue. But on the world level, we defend our farmers, we protect our farmers because only two words, food security. Yes or no? India में बहुत है. Because of one country, one vote, we have a lot of voice. And there is a lot of voice in UNFCCC also, India ka, because India is one of the leading champions of climate causes. So these two forums, India has a lot of voice. Did you understand what is peace clause? Did you understand what is minimum stock holding of food grains issue? Did you understand what is de minimis? Did you understand what is 5%, 10% limits? De minimis ही बोलते हैं उसको. Did you understand what why peace clause was introduced? Why was peace clause introduced? To prevent the standoff between developed and developing countries over the amount of subsidies, over the amount of aggregate measure of support, over the amount of de minimis limits. ठीक है? Is it clear? Is it very clear? This concludes our agreement on agriculture. One small thing is remaining, मैं तो भूल ही गया था. Which are trade distorting, green box or amber box? Amber box. Which affect production levels, green box or amber box? Amber box. Everything which affects prices and products, amber box. ठीक है? There is one more level of subsidy. Now, अच्छा, tell me, WTO को problem कब होगा? When prices in international markets are high or prices in international markets are low of a particular country's products, WTO will have a problem or other countries will have a problem when the price of that country's product is high or low. Low. High se problem nahi hai. So now when will the price be high? If there is less production. Simple. You produce only 5 units, so you will sell it at a very high price because ठीक है. WTO को उससे कोई problem नहीं. So any subsidy, any scheme or subsidy which results in limiting the production. What will happen if you limit the production? Prices would increase. In international market also prices would increase of your product. People will not buy from you, है ना? Because your high price है. Yes or no? It is bad for you. WTO says it's fine. As far as your prices are not low, which distorts the competition. See Jio, what has Jio done? It has distorted the competition by low prices. If Jio introduced in the initial plan no free calling but double the rates of Vodafone or Idea, nobody would have any problem. Nobody would have bought Jio's products. Yes or no? So those subsidies, but when would prices be high? When your production is very low, when your supply is very low. So those subsidies or those schemes which result in limitation on production is no problem with WTO. They are called as blue box subsidies. बहुत सारा है ना? This is just one agreement. Just imagine, I have told you we are going to discuss 4 agreements. This is just one agreement. So I will write blue box here. Subsidies on production limiting programs. No problem. See, honestly speaking, you only have to know the concept. You don't have to analyze anything. This is a prelims oriented chapter. I will be very frank with you. The more you analyze, the more deeper you go, the more time you waste behind these things. So whatever is only required, that only I am telling. De minimis kya hai? Just know the concept. Minimum level allowed. Bas, that's it. Don't go ki de minimis kaise set hua, why 5, why 10%. Don't do PhD, don't do research. Don't analyze ki what is happening and all. ठीक है? And you need a lot of reading to analyze. So as and when you read newspapers, आगे जाके होगा. Now after looking at the lecture, don't sit and analyze. कि अरे I don't understand this, I don't understand that. If you understand the concepts, good enough. ठीक है? Subsidies for production limiting programs. Blue box. बस इतना ही है. ठीक है? When you limit the production, your prices increase. When your prices increase, nobody has a problem because you are anyways not going to sell that. Is it clear? All clear, crystal clear. What are the 3 foundational principles of WTO? At the end of this lecture, रट्टा ही हो जाएगा chapter. मतलब खत्म. No need to do anything else. What are the 3 this thing? First was national treatment. Second, most favored nation. Third, special and differential. What is the first agreement we did? Agreement on agriculture. What are the 3 clauses in agreement on agriculture? First clause, domestic support. Second clause, market access. Third clause, export subsidies. ठीक है? इसके पीछे है ना? So don't confuse this with the 3 foundational aspects of WTO. This is not a foundational aspect of WTO. This is a clause of agreement on agriculture. Do you agree? Yes or no? We'll move ahead. ठीक है? एक मिनट. ठंडी है ना? नहीं? Are you understanding this? Fairly clear? First agreement on agriculture done. D-O-N-E done. Second agreement. Do you remember what was not there in GATT but there in WTO? GATT was only in goods. WTO is in goods, services and intellectual property rights. Yes or no? So now we will do the second agreement, which is General Agreement on Trade in Services. ये agreement on agriculture था. That is agreement on services. ठीक है, that is called as GATS, General Agreement on Trade in Services, GATS. Let us start with that. That is a smaller one because TRIPS is the biggest one. Agreement on Agriculture से भी double time लगेगा when understanding TRIPS. The third agreement. ठीक है, second agreement is General Agreement on Trade in Services, GATS. इसमें आपको क्या याद रखना है? Only one small thing you have to remember in this. There are 4 ways of providing services. Service है, goods नहीं है, services. Let us say you are taking tech support from USA, right? First possibility, yes or no, tell me that the call center is situated in USA, you are in India, you are speaking directly to the person in USA, yes or no? हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता है? हो सकता है. Second possibility, the call center is situated in Pakistan, you are taking services from a person based in USA but operating out of Pakistan, yes or no? हो सकता है. Many call centers operate from India and provide services to all over the world, but they are American owned. Third thing, that call center would have 2 agents in India who are coming to your home and servicing your laptop, yes or no? That company or call center would have a branch in India and giving you go there or they come and you get your laptop serviced, yes or no? In the first 2 cases, did you notice that in India, they were not present in India? First case में USA में ही था, second case में he was there in another country. In the third and fourth case, did you notice they were present in India? In the third case, did you notice that people were present or their agents were present? In the fourth case, did you notice that they were themselves present here? Done. GATS done. ठीक है? So you should only know there are 4 modes of provision of services. 4 modes. 4 modes, just like we discussed. ठीक है? 4 modes of provision of services. The first mode where he was there in USA and he is giving it here. First mode is called as cross-border supply. Present or not present? Not. Supplier, huh? Supplier present or not present? Not present. Acha. One more thing, in the second scenario, I would just like to add one more scene. You can go to Pakistan and avail the services, yes or no? He is there in Pakistan. You can go there and avail his services. Uska dukan Pakistan mein. You can go to Pakistan and get your laptop serviced, yes or no? He is not there in India. You are from India. He is not there in India. Okay? So can I say you are consuming the services or availing the services abroad, but not in his home country? Okay? Second is called as consumption abroad. Second is called as consumption abroad. Present, not present? Not present. हमारे country में, this is with respect to India, not present. He is present in a neighboring country, we are going there, he is calling us there. We don't know we'll return or not, that's a different thing, but we are going there. Third. Commercial presence. Company present है, commercial presence. Fourth, presence of natural person. Natural person means इंसान. Sir, what is the logic behind all of this? छोड़ दो. Present, not present, in both cases. So there are rules with respect to provision of services in these scenarios. First scenario mein there are some rules, second mein there are some rules, third mein there are some rules, fourth mein there are some rules. No need to know them. Fairly technical. General Agreement on Trade in Services. You should know that it classifies the services or provision of services into 4 modes. These are modes. 4 modes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. First mode cross-border supply, second mode consumption abroad, third mode commercial presence, fourth mode presence of natural person. In the first two cases, not present supplier. Who is not present? Supplier. We are so there. Supplier not present. Second or third or fourth case, supplier is present. Do you understand? Yes or no? General agreement on trade in services done. Simple. Very simple. Now, before moving on to the third agreement, I would like to take a small detour and we will try to understand some other topics which are there in WTO only, which are very, very, very important in fact, but they are more applicable to trade in goods rather than services. Okay? What was the third pillar? Third foundational pillar? Do you remember this? Can I say it was S&D? Third pillar was S&D, yes or no? There are two tools which are given to developing countries. There are two major tools which are given to developing countries to implement S&D. What is S&D? Some concessions, some discounts which they have. Okay? What do you think? S&D countries are mainly dependent on agriculture or industry? Agriculture, backward countries. What do you think? Imports will hurt them more or benefit them more? At their present stage of development, it will hurt them more because it will not help their domestic producers to grow. ना अगर आप imports पे dependent हो तो आप कब grow करोगे? Yes or no? If you rely on me every time till the day of your exam, when will you study and revise? है ना? So almost every topper, I hope you have read, says कि you study from class and all, but self study is more important. Same thing. ठीक है? There are two primary tools which are examples of special and differential treatment. Have we seen one of them? I mean, two tools तो वो अलग है, but have we seen some concessions given to developing countries? We have seen one concession. Developed countries have to give 5% के नीचे subsidies. Developing countries have to give 10% के नीचे. One. There are some few more tools which we'll see. One is called as special product. Oh, special product. SP बोलते हैं. Special product, fancy. Any product, the import of which threatens your economy. क्यों हो रहा है import? Why is import happening? Because you have agreed to reduce the tariff, because the prices, global prices have fallen down, imports are increasing. If it threatens to destabilize your economy, इतना grave हो गया है कि it is threatening to destabilize my economy, then I can temporarily increase import duty without attracting WTO penalty, without violating WTO norms. Do you agree or do you understand this? ठीक है? Mainly कौन से होंगे products इसमें which threaten what? Food security, yes or no? Which threaten livelihood security, yes or no? And thirdly, these are examples. Rural development. मतलब इतना jeans आने लग गया कि nobody is wearing original Indian clothes, or no industry is surviving, right? So what happened during colonial times, British times, we were flooded with England cotton or shirts from England. Indian industry is gone. Indian industry is destabilized. So to prevent that, this is a feature. कि if your economy or if your country is destabilized in these or other areas also, these are just examples, then you can temporarily increase import duty on that particular product only. समझा? Special product. You have to classify them as special products. And ये बाद में नहीं करना है. You should give the list beforehand. कि these are the products which keep my economy alive. Milk, for example. If imported milk comes in, what will happen to Indian farmers or Indian dairy producers? Gone. So you have to give a list to WTO beforehand. You can amend the list, special product. Anytime imports increase in your country due to any reason, we'll see the reasons later on, you can temporarily increase your import duty without violating WTO norms. Is this clear? Yes or no? ठीक है? Now, this is a broad list. This is a broad list. बहुत सारे products can come here. When we talk about specifically agricultural products, specifically there is another tool which is available very similar to this. You can increase your import duty and all. There are technical differences, you don't need to get into that. That is called as, see the word, very similar but specifically or mainly for agri products. Special safeguard mechanism, same hai, mainly for agri products. Technical differences we want to avoid. Did you understand these two? Yes or no? What is special product and what is the purpose of these two products? Mainly to protect the destabilization or deindustrialization of your economy due to surge in imports, very high imports. Samjha? Very, so far so good. Are you understanding this? We'll take a break in a while, but are you understanding this? I'm going very slow. ठीक है, these are called special and differential के parts है ये. These are some parts of special and differential. Now tell me, these would be the demands in Singapore issues or demands in Doha development agenda? Demands in Singapore or Doha? Demands in Doha because developing countries require these things. Developed countries को क्या है? ठीक है? So how this SP came into being, I will tell you. 33 countries came together during that time, 2003 के आसपास 33 countries came together. They were called as Friends of Special Products. उन्होंने ये लिस्ट बनाया कि this is common list for all countries, every country will have a different list also, and they said कि look at the words they used, we will limit the opening of markets to these products. मतलब क्या? We will have certain higher restrictions to these products. ठीक है? But only those products which threaten the stability of the economy, not any other random product. समझा ये? So they said कि we will limit, in Doha meeting they said कि we will limit the market access of our countries in these products because we know you are capitalist countries, you are developed countries, you are just looking for an opportunity to enter our country, but our economy is not that stable, it is fragile. So to protect that, we will open up our economy only up to a limited extent. आपको problem हो तो it is your issue. That was granted, and hence these came into picture, or these were added in the WTO charter. This was not there in 1995. This was all added later on. ठीक है? Who do you think? So earlier it was 33 countries, then it grew to 40-45 countries. It was called G33, group of 33 countries. They were called Friends of Agriculture, Friends of Special Products. These were mainly agriculture. Who do you think were the leading countries for this cause? क्या लगता है? किसने नारा उठाया होगा? There were two countries which were leading. Two leading countries. Abhi there are around 45 countries. Two leading countries. One was China. Second one was India. In rare unity, ये हुआ है चाइना इंडिया. समझा? Is it very clear? मजा आ रहा है? ब्रेक चाहिए? Can you tell me some examples of tariff barriers? Import duties. Now import duty is a very broad term. Import duty के भी types होते हैं. Import duty के भी flavor होते हैं. ठीक है? Chocolate, vanilla, Oreo. आजकल तो क्या क्या आता है? Weird flavors come. ठीक है? So now let us look at one more agreement, which is, we are going to see 4-5 agreements actually. One more agreement, which is agreement on duties. Okay, the name is not agreement on duties, there are separate agreements. So first let us see what are the different type of duties, and then uska naam wo agreement ka naam ho gaya. Okay, very important, very interesting. There are 3 duties which we need to know. 3 duties. So 3 agreement ho gaye, 3 duties. One is called as safeguard duty. These are all import duties. Bear in mind, these are all import duties. Types of import duties. But these are some special import duties. Regularly you don't apply these. सिर्फ special circumstances में you apply these. One is safeguard duty. One is countervailing duty. सर नया नया शब्द मत लेके आओ. Countervailing duty, CVD. One is anti-dumping duty. Oh, we are going to cover all of them simultaneously so that time भी बचता है. You remember हमने वो in that newspaper article there was I told ADD is a type of import duty, anti-dumping duty. सब आता है. We know everything. Don't worry. By the end of the course, you will know so many things. कि you will, in fact, you will be sad. कि why do I know so many things? You will start teaching your friends. ठीक है, सबके पर्पस अलग है. आई होप बाय नाउ यू हैव रियलाइज्ड. नहीं तो हम 3 टाइप क्यों बनाते? सेफगार्ड ड्यूटी दिस. ठीक है. नाउ दीज आर स्पेशल काइंड्स ऑफ इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी. दीज आर नॉट अप्लाइड इन नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टेंसेस. पहले तो ये क्लियर कर लो. दीज आर ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज इंग्लिश. These are also called as I hope you get this. Contingent trade measures. What is the meaning of contingent? Future पता नहीं है. Contingent means it might happen, might not happen. ठीक है. Result is contingent on performance. Do you agree? If you perform well, result will come well. If you don't perform well, result will not come well. Contingent trade measures or trade protection measures. Contingent trade protection measures. Contingent trade protection measures. मतलब when certain things will happen, then only you can use these tools. Otherwise, ये आपके cupboard में पड़े रहेंगे. You know, when there is an event, then only you wear sherwani and all. Otherwise, when will you wear? These are special. ठीक है. Now let us go to safeguard duty. Of course, it is under agreement on safeguard duty. ये agreement का नाम है, so just forget that. ठीक है. ये पढ़ा है हमने? Yes or no? The duty which is applied under SSM, but I told you this is mainly for agri products. Overall, if any product threatens your economy, you can apply safeguard duty. This is mainly for developing countries. That is applicable for everyone. Those are general tools available to everyone. ठीक है? Any product threatens to damage your domestic industries. Domestic industry है, Indians producing है, but imports are too much. What will happen? Deindustrialization will happen. You can apply, or you can extra duty you can apply, which is safeguard duty. So, do you think it will be permanent or temporary? कल जाके वो नहीं होगा. Sir, there are so many similarities between these and that. Yes, that is a type of duty. These are some protection measures. So, in order to protect your special product, you levy safeguard duty. That is a duty. These are mechanisms and these are tools. समझ रहे हो? वो duty है. So, which duty would you apply in case of SSM? Safeguard duty. Which duty would you apply in case of special product? Safeguard duty. ठीक है? The purpose is that, but these mechanisms are applicable only to developing countries. ये special. Safeguard duty is more or less unforeseen. अचानक हो गया. This is foreseen, ना? Before only you give a list and all. This is very unforeseen. कि अचानक some countries started producing a lot and imports increase. Let's say tomorrow gold imports double. क्या हो जाएगा? वाट लग जाएगी if gold imports double, because gold is very costly and imports is happening. Forex will go. I hope BOP we have dealt in detail about that. When forex goes out, how deficit from current account shifts to capital account, shifts to reserves, shifts to depreciation, shifts to sovereign debt crisis, shifts to monetary collapse. We have seen all of that. ठीक है? तो this is a temporary measure. Why? You know why? Safeguard duty. I would write imports to protect domestic industry. Sir, don't you think it goes contrary to WTO principles? Yes, but these are exceptional measures. Ki every country needs some basic security. Yes or no? Very nicely, I am going to tell you. ठीक है? Whom are you protecting? Your domestic industries. Yes or no? So let's say foreign cars start coming to India. Indian car makers will go away. Unemployment will happen because they will have to shut down. Who are you protecting here? Indian car makers. Are you protecting them from foreign cars or foreign countries? Are you targeting countries or targeting product? Targeting product. China से आए, जर्मनी से आए, अमेरिका से आए, what do you care? ठीक है, सुनाओ, गौर फरमाइए. One statement. This duty is applied on MFN basis. Oh sir, killer. This duty is applied on most favored nation basis, which means if you apply this duty on imports from one country, you have to apply this duty on imports from all countries. नहीं तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो जाएगा कि ओनली चाइनीज कार्स आर बैंड, जर्मन कार्स आर आल्सो थ्रेटनिंग योर कार मेकर्स, उनको नहीं, उनको यू आर नॉट स्टॉपिंग. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, वी आर स्टॉपिंग एवरीवन. Does this make sense? MFN basis, most favored nation. Yes or no? The condition is they are temporary and gradually liberalized. Obviously. So to halt the import of cars, immediately what you will do? Keep the duty as 60%. But gradually you will reduce it 60, 50, 40. ठीक है? Next. Very important. Very important. 2 points. Do you think this import of cars which is happening, gold which is happening, do you think there is any ill will from their side? Do you think there is any negative intention from the exporter side, or it might happen automatically without intention also? So tomorrow if USA imposes safeguard duty on us, do you think janbujh ke we were exporting a lot to that country, or it just happened due to market dynamics? It might happen due to market dynamics, or I might be involved also. I might be manipulating also prices, support subsidies de raha hu, etc. Remember agriculture. So finding of fault or finding of क्या बोलते हैं, unfair practice. You know unfair practice. Finding of unfair practice is not required here because सब पे लगा रहे हो तो someone might be villain, someone might be innocent, but you are punishing everyone. Are you with me? Finding of unfair practice is not required, which means you don't need to pinpoint whether that country has done any unfair practice or not. It might be innocent also. Import हो रहा है हमारी तरफ. It is not his mistake. He is saying कि I didn't know your people would buy so much of gold from us. You are saying fine, penalty applies to everyone. Now see this. All countries. You are imposing this on all countries or some countries? All countries which are sending you that product, not other countries. Pakistan बोलता है I am not sending you car. Why you are putting on me? नहीं. Product wise, yeah, product focus. You need to compensate them because of safeguard duty. They are losing business, so you need to compensate them. ये क्या बात हुई? ठीक है? You need to compensate them. Compensate the exporting countries. समझा? सबको देना पड़ेगा. You have to give. अरे sorry sir, safeguard duty, safeguard. That is the cost of domestic protection. हफ्ता. And that is the cost of domestic protection. ठीक है? I would write something here. I would write something here in the end. Did you understand safeguard duty का nature क्या है? Did you understand the nature of safeguard duty? ठीक है? Now, countervailing duty. Word क्या बोलता है? It is counter to something. Counter means opposed to something. Countervailing duty. Imagine a scenario. for 1 minute, you are USA, you see that Indian farmers are getting subsidized, due to which their products are less in the global market. Are you following this? Indian farmers are subsidized, which is wrong, sorry, they are subsidized, which is wrong, but due to which they are getting subsidized, due to which the prices are low in the market now. Now when the prices are low in the market, is it a fair trade practice or unfair trade practice? Unfair trade practice. How would you protect your imports from there? Because if India is selling them at a lower price, your imports will increase, because your importers would see, "Arey, Indian mangoes or Indian products." How would you ensure fair trading practices at a national level, at a country level? Take the example of India. Chinese goods are very cheaply available. You see that they are cheaply available, but China is not involved in any misdoing. चलेगा, safeguard duty लगा दिया. If it threatens your domestic this thing, इसमें threatening कुछ नहीं है. See, the threatening part is only here. कहाँ गया? Protect domestic industries here. Here this is against unfair trade practice. You see that China is subsidizing its products. China उसको बोलता है कि sell at lesser cost, I will repay you. Export subsidy हो, domestic support हो, anything. Is it good or bad for the importing country? It is bad, because you are importing a lot now. ठीक है? How would you control it? Can you think? How can you do it? So when that सस्ता product comes to your country, you will, जितना उसने subsidy दिया है ना, you add that and tell कि this is my import duty. समझा? Did you get it? So when Indian importers will import from China, जब तक वो flight में the product is cheap. When the flight lands at the Indian airport, that product becomes expensive. Exactly उतना amount जितना he has reduced his, जितना the government is subsidizing him. Do you get it? ठीक है? Countervailing duty. You add back that duty, you add back that subsidy which is given by that country to that exporter. Did you get this? ठीक है? Can I say it is an anti-subsidy duty? Do you think it is applied on a MFN basis? No, na? Because ये तो एक चोर की गलती है. This is just one or two or whatever. ठीक है? It is anti-subsidy. It is imposed to neutralize the effect of negative effect of subsidies on the imports which you are getting. Are you understanding this? USA ने बोला कि sell the products for free, we will reimburse you. Now the products in the world market are available for free. Indians are importing. अरे free iPhone, importing. What will you do? At the customs gate, you will impose countervailing duty. कि जितना iPhone का price है, you will impose the duty. Done. Price for the customer, price is same. है ना? Is it country specific or not? This is all for prelims. This is not for mains. But prelims भी important है. Do you think finding of unfair trade practices is required? Yes. Otherwise, how will you prove? नहीं तो तुमने चाइना पे डाल दिया, China will go to WTO. अरे I didn't do anything. मेरे पे क्यों blame डाल रहे हो? Why are you blaming me? Required. ठीक है? Do you think compensation is required? Not Q. He is making fault. Why it compensate required? Not. Do you understand that these are opposite duties? See, they are both duties, but the intention here is good intention. The intention here is of the other country is bad intention. ठीक है? Right? Now, what do you mean by anti-dumping duty? What do you understand by the term dumping? Dumping मतलब क्या? बहुत सारा dump करना together. Releasing a lot of goods in one market is dumping. ठीक है? We dump our books after our exam is over. Right? Yes or no? We do all of that. We dump our clothes. After going on a trip and coming back from the trip, we dump all our clothes in the washing machine for washing. Any country dumping their goods in our country, हम duty लगाते हैं. Why? Dumping है. What will happen if it's dumping? Prices will reduce because supply is increasing now. ठीक है? Chinese goods, Chinese electricals. So many Chinese toys are there in India. Everything you use is Chinese. Bags से लेके, socks से लेके, anything, clothes, everything is Chinese. ठीक है? Dumping है. Is it unfair? Yes. जानबूझ के हो रहा है? Yes, might be. जानबूझ के नहीं भी हो रहा हो. China is sending its goods to all countries because production ज्यादा है. So let's say India tomorrow triples its production. So other countries cannot say कि you are dumping. अरे I'm not dumping. वो production बढ़ गया है. So might be, might not be. If there is unfair element to it, we will add anti-dumping duty. ठीक है? This is anti-dumping duty. Now, how do you determine dumping? How do you classify dumping? Dumping मतलब क्या? See this. It is not based on quantity. कि कल 50 आ रहा था, today 100 आ रहा है तो dumping. Dumping is not based on quantity. Dumping is based on price. So if China अपने local market में sells that good at 50 rupees and China is selling that good at 20 rupees in Indian market, dumping. ठीक है? तो one is less than domestic price, बराबर, less than domestic price, उसका डोमेस्टिक प्राइस से कम में वो बेच रहा है, ऐसा कैसा? सेकेंड, वर्स्ट सिनारियो, लेस देन कॉस्ट, बनाने में 30 रुपया एंड सेलिंग फॉर 20 रुपीज, लेस देन कॉस्ट, दैट इज डंपिंग. थर्ड, लेस देन फेयर वैल्यू, वर्ल्ड मार्केट पे ट्रेड्स एट 25 रुपीज, यू आर गेटिंग एट 20 रुपीज, नॉट करेक्ट, लेस देन फेयर वैल्यू. ठीक है, डन. This is dumping. Can I say dumping involves predatory pricing? Do you know the word predatory pricing? What is a predator? Who attacks very aggressively, who attacks, that is a predator. ऐसा नहीं कि हाथ मार के भाग गया, that is not a predator. That is a cat. ठीक है? But lion is a predator. Predatory pricing means pricing your goods so low कि competition is out of the market. Jio is the best example of predatory. Free calls, इससे ज़्यादा क्या predatory कर सकता है वो? Dumping involves predatory pricing. Now you have to prove or not, yes, है ना? Prove करना पड़ेगा if a country is dumping. If a country is sending thousands of goods but at normal price, dumping नहीं है, no, that is trade, yes or no? That is normal trade. Now there is a condition for imposing anti-dumping duty. If it threatens your industry, then you can impose. If it doesn't, then कोई problem नहीं. Even if it is dumping. आपको फायदा भी हो सकता है उसका. लेट्स से यू डोंट प्रोड्यूस दैट थिंग, आने दो सस्ते में, आने दो, नो प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है? सो इफ थ्रेटन्स, what does it threaten? Domestic industry. I hope by now you understand. Then apply duty or impose duty, otherwise don't. Are you enjoying the marathon lectures? This is a kitna? How many hours? 3 hours? Yes. 4 we started. It is 7 o'clock. 3 hours, and we are yet to see the biggest agreement. But did you notice how big this chapter is? Last standing pillar of economics. इसके बाद economics खत्म, finish. See, infrastructure industry is so easy. कोल में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, पढ़ लो. स्टील में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, पढ़ लो. पावर में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, पढ़ लो. इतना है. Infrastructure is such a topic where reading it would make you knowledgeable. Economics is such a topic where we discussed where concepts are required. ठीक है? If you have any friend or relative in the previous batch which I taught, ask them. They have much better clarity in economics now. है ना? MCQs ऐसे ही आ जाते हैं. Scores are very high in economics. Other subjects I don't know. History cannot be very high. I don't know why. मेरा हिस्ट्री में कभी ज्यादा आता ही नहीं था मार्क्स. It's very difficult. ठीक है? Now, is this against fair trade practice or unfair trade practice? This fair or unfair? Fair trade practice. This is against fair trade practice. This against unfair. This is also against unfair. ठीक है? ट्रेड प्रैक्टिस भी लिख ही देता हूं. आप लोग लिखोगे नहीं लिखोगे, then after 3 months you will ask, sir, what is this fair and unfair? ठीक है, entire 3 agreements covered in one chart. Done. Now who, you should also know who is the in charge of imposing these duties. ठीक है, there is one ministry which recommends and one ministry which takes the final action. Who is in charge of taxes? Which ministry? Finance ministry. But finance ministry doesn't have the expertise to know whether dumping is happening or not. Who is involved in commerce affairs? Ministry of Commerce. So Ministry of Commerce recommends कि sir dumping हो रहा है, we should put dumping duty. Finance ministry will take the final call, yes or no, because fiscal policy is in the hands of finance ministry, and this is all fiscal policy only. Now, where will this income go? Revenue receipts. Remember, it's a duty, it's a tax after all. Everything is related, yes or no? ठीक है, I'll write it here somewhere. कहाँ लिखूँ? यहाँ लिख. So earlier there were various offices. बहुत फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर 2 ऑफिस थे, फाइनेंस कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर there were 2 offices who used to recommend this and all. Finally, it was streamlined. So by the time you are studying, everything is streamlined. When I was studying, so many things were there. See the name? Directorate General of Trade Revenue, DGTR. This guy is under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and it recommends. Who calculates the duty? Who calculates? This ministry only. They will say कि sir, we recommend 12% anti-dumping duty. Who finally takes a call? Finance Ministry imposes it. Samjha? Entire board filled with all agreements done. There are only 2 agreements which remain. After that, WTO chapter is done. Obviously, the one is the biggest of it and one is little bit smaller. ठीक है? Do you understand? Right? Very simple, very easy, straightforward है, कुछ नहीं है इसमें. Directorate General of Trade Revenue. Imagine how to revise this chapter. So many things now. चलेगा? आगे चले? Do you need a break? So we'll take a break of 5 minutes, right? So we have covered these 3 things. I hope you are able to appreciate कि कितना मस्त है ये. It is beautiful. We are moving ahead, and now we will look at the biggest, hottest, and most important agreement, which forms a part of your syllabus in science and technology also, right? Issues relating to intellectual property rights is the syllabus point, and the agreement we are going to see is agreement on TRIPS. Sir, what is TRIPS? See, what is TRIPS? Trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. TRIPS. TRI नहीं है, IPS. A का वो थोड़ा है, ठीक है, वो समझ लो. It is called as TRIPS. Trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. What do you understand by the term intellectual property? क्या होता है? What is intellectual property? What do you think is intellectual property? Anything which is created from your mind, anything which is your creation, your way of making notes is your intellectual property. Your method of studying is your intellectual property. Yes or no? Which is not copied from anyone. It can be inspired from someone. ठीक है? It is called as TRIPS, trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. TRIPS. Let us see a few common intellectual property rights which we have in the world. Have you heard something called as patent? सुना होगा? Patent. Have you heard something called as copyrights? You might not have heard this, but industrial designs, machinery and all में बनाने में काम आता है. Any other you know? Do you know any other kind of intellectual property right? Have you heard something called as trademark? We'll speak about all of them individually. ठीक है? Anything else? Next lecture will be half an hour one topic done, ऐसा होगा next lecture में, half an hour or 45 minutes वैसा. Small topics are remaining, planning, markets. To be very honest, I wanted to go in depth, but we don't have the time and might not be required also. So I will enable you to have basic understanding of markets chapter. ठीक है? GI बोलते हैं. What is patent? क्या लगता है? What is patent? When you create something, when you invent something, you say कि others are not allowed to create this. Others are not allowed to make money out of this. This is my patent because this is my blood, my money, my sweat which has gone into making this patent. Yes or no? समझा? What is patent? Very simple. I am not going into the technical definition of it. कुछ जरूरत नहीं है. Patent means it is your brains, it is your effort which you have put in over the years. ठीक है? Why do you invent something? Why does anyone invent something? So that humanity is benefited or so that you earn a lot of money from it. ठीक है? Vaccines are invented, you know, vaccines are invented. Medicines are invented. ठीक है? You might be liking Apple iPhone. उसका design, that is also an invention. Yes or no? The design, the software, everything is brain of Apple engineers and Apple as a company. So who has the right to make money out of it? The patent holder, जिसका वो patent है. I'm trying very hard not to get into IP वाला topic because वो science and tech का है. So patent की चोरी भी होती है, patents are stolen also. ठीक है? What do you think is copyright and what is the difference between them? See, this is for an invention mainly, and this is for something creative. Books are copyrighted. Music is copyrighted. Okay, if you watch YouTube videos, you must be knowing the copyright problem. So if you play any music in your video, YouTube will give you a notice that this music is copyrighted to T series, let's say. Okay, copyright is the right of the person who has created something creative. Music, video, tune, advertisement tunes, short films, movies, everything is copyrighted. Copyright मतलब क्या? कि you cannot copy it. You cannot make a copy of it. So I'll give another example. Do you know DJs? They play a lot of songs in pubs and all. If the songs are purchased, then they can play. If they are downloaded from the internet, then they are wrong. Why is downloading illegal? Copyrights. ठीक है? So these are more of creative. Industrial design is fairly simple to understand, machine designing and all है. What is a trademark then? What is a trademark? Trademark. Do you know any famous brand? Any famous brand? KFC, Domino's, Amazon. These are trademarks. Can we start a company called Amazon and start selling any product? We cannot. Why? Because it is already a registered owner is Amazon. Okay, if we start, so you must be seeing those duplicate t-shirts in Sarojini Nagar and Fashion Street of Mumbai and Causeway Colaba and all of that. Okay, Abibas लिखा होता है, right? They cannot write Adidas because Adidas is trademark. समझा? Trademark is a more of a brand name. It is trademark, and you see वो नाम लिखा होगा and उसके आगे TM and ऐसे circle होता है. It is trademark. Anything can be trademark. Any name can be trademark, but that is more or less related to business and trade. Yes or no? Trade है ना ये? Trademark. If we were covering science and tech, point number 13.7, intellectual property rights, I would have spent 20-25 minutes on each one of them because it is important to cover those. What are the issues? See, if I create, let's say I create a new technology of purification of water, that is my patent, I will register it. But if I have some hurdles in registering it, someone else registers it, he sees my work, he knows how I made, he was my friend, we worked on it together and he registered the patent. Abhi wo uska ho gaya. I cannot claim anything on it. So patent ki chori, the theft of patent also happens. It's very rampant, right? You know, I was seeing a documentary where there are some inventions which take 20 years, 25 years. Yes or no? Because lambe hote hain wo. Because currently the technology is not available. So they patent and keep. Whenever technology will be made available, I will make it. Currently, which is the iPhone latest version going on? 12. 12. iPhone 14 and 15 designs are patented by Apple. Because design pe kaam chal raha hai, designs are almost final. So iPhone 14, 15, 16 would be patented by Apple today itself. So that nobody can copy. Even if those designs are leaked tomorrow, they cannot copy. This is all leak proof. ये leak proof है. Copy कोई नहीं करना चाहिए. Are all these rights in some manner? Rights of the holder, protection against copying. Simple है. Imagine your answer sheet पे नाम कोई change करके किसी और का डाल के submit करता है. Then what is that? Is copywriting. Like that is violation of your intellectual property. You have done मेहनत. You have submitted your assignment made. He cuts your name and writes someone else's name and gives it to the teacher for correction. बुरा लगेगा? You need marks, you deserve marks, you have stayed up all night and completed the assignment, yes or no? Your assignment is your assignment only, ठीक है? Nobody has rights to that assignment. So can I say, this is an exclusionary right? Pay attention to the English. Can I say it is an exclusionary right? It excludes other persons. मेरा है, ठीक है? It excludes other persons. Yes or no? What is GI? Geographical indicators. If I ask you what is famous in Punjab, what will you say? Lassi is famous. If I ask you what is famous from North India, what will you say? Basmati rice is famous. If I ask you what is famous in Kolhapur, what will you say? Chappal, leather works, Kolhapur chappal. ठीक है? Similarly, Nagpur oranges are famous. Ratnagiri mangoes are famous. Jaipur blue pottery is famous. Blue pottery of Rajasthan is famous. Okay, so every place in India has some famous thing, yes or no? Now, how would you feel instead of authentic Jaipur blue pottery, you get a fake one? So these are the rights given to authentic producers to put a stamp on the on that product that this is original. Anyone who is imitating that product will be liable for penal action or will be liable for penalty. Samjha? Geographical indicator. See, geographical, based on geography, based on area, right? When we go there, I'll tell you what are the funny things. West Bengal and Odisha fighting over Rasgulla. It's a fact. It's real. Where do you think Rasgulla originated from? West Bengal or Odisha? And the funny thing is that when Rasgulla was invented, these were not separate states, Odisha and and West Bengal ke sath East Bengal bhi tha. So now it is Bangladesh or not? All comes under GI. Madhya Pradesh farmers protesting against GI tag. It is called GI tag. GI tag to Basmati farmers of Punjab. Madhya Pradesh farmers says we also produce high quality Basmati. ठीक है? We'll come to that. Patent से बात करते. These are not relevant for us. These are all covered in TRIPS, but it is heavily centric on patents because patents earn the most money. Yes or no? Do you think Microsoft has patent on Windows? Yes. Do you think Microsoft has copyright on Windows? Yes. Copyright bhi hai. Do you think Microsoft has its own brand name, trademark? Yes. We cannot sell software in the name of Microsoft today. Yes or no? You will find various restaurants of similar names or same names or at a local scale because they don't register their trademark. But you will not find duplicate KFC. Thoda variation hoga. MFC, मुंबई फ्राइड चिकन, ये सब चलता है, बट KFC के नाम पे nobody will sell you duplicate products. वो trademark है, that's a brand name, that's registered. Can I say patent is an exclusionary right? Patent पे who has the sole rights? The patent holder, जिसका नाम है, he has the sole right. Now let us speak about patents. What is the concept of patents? Nobody else can produce it, nobody else can sell it. Why? Because I am doing the research, I am doing my mehnat. Always remember the assignment wala example. I have done the research, I have written the assignment, I have stayed up all night. How can you give it to the teacher? Okay? Patent excludes everyone. It is my right. Do you think that right should be unlimited or for unlimited number of time, period of time? It should be limited. Okay? First reason why that should be my right only. Why is that? Because मैंने मेहनत किया, I have done मेहनत. So I will sell my invention now and I will get my money. Yes or no? Medicine which you take is the patent of that pharma company. It has spent years in research. It has spent crores and millions of rupees and millions of dollars in research behind that one crocin, okay, which we take. Don't you think it is their right to recover the money now? इतना मेहनत किया है, they deserve the marks. Do they have the right for unlimited amount of time? No. Normally, patents are granted for 20 years. Patents are granted for 20 years. 20 years के बाद patent खत्म हो जाता है. Anyone can make and sell that product. ठीक है? But after 20 years, what they have to do is they have to give something in return to the society. Whatever internal documents they have, designs, working papers, research papers, back papers जो होते हैं. So in making your final report or assignment, you would have done a lot of research, lot of notes you would have made. All that working papers, all that back calculations, you have to make it public. For 20 years, nobody can touch you. After 20 years, you have to give it to the society so that anyone else can improve upon it and make his own patent, new patent. समझा? That is how inventions move forward. Don't you see invention moving forward in everything you use? Touch screen TV. Did you imagine it as a reality 10 years ago? No. इसके आगे क्या होगा? Flying TV. क्या क्या हो सकता? This is the reason why inventions move forward. Imagine a patent holder को you wouldn't give him protection. He would not be bothered with research. Would he be bothered with research? He would say, I am not inventing anything. Imagine if this was unlimited. Monopoly हो जाएगा. AC is made by only one company. What would happen? Demand supply problems. Invention would not go ahead. See, because if you have an unlimited patent, you don't have the need to invent it further. People are buying your product. Nobody else can sell your product. You are happy. After 20 years, the process starts again, research. And you have to give your papers in the public. You see, these were my working papers. Iske basis pe I had made this invention. For 20 years have elapsed or lapsed now. Now anyone can improve upon it and register a new patent. Then we get improved version, yes or no? Manual transmission of a car. Then came automatic transmission of a car. आजकल automatic होता है. There is no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys. There is just 2 forward, reverse and neutral. In fact, in some models, so that gear lever is not there. It is behind the steering wheel only. Forward, reverse. That's it. Done. Finished. इतना आसान है. How this happened? The patent holder of that manual gear system presented his papers to the public after expiry. Then other public improved upon it. We can do only 2 gears instead of all 6 gears and all. That is how inventions progress. Samjha? This was all you need to know about patents. इससे आगे, if you want to know, then please go in science and technology and not this thing, GS3 economy. Okay? So now we go to agreement on TRIPS. So agreement on TRIPS, always remember, classifies a patent into 2 types. One, very important, one product patent and one process patent. Now I will take it a bit fast because this is very interesting. Now pay attention to every word I say. Product patent, process patent. क्या लगता है? What is the difference between them? Product patent means you cannot make the product or anyone else cannot make the product using any method. Process patent means you cannot make the product using the method which I have used. You can use another method and go there. ठीक है, you cannot go to the metro station with the route I take. You can take another route and reach metro station. Product patent, you cannot reach the metro station at all. Any route you take, you cannot reach. Did you get? Product is protected here. Here only the process is protected. ठीक है, समझा? Do you know something called as reverse engineering? What happens in reverse engineering? Americans make the product, Chinese people dismantle it, they see what all is used, and then they make a new product out of it or a cheaper version out of it. Why? Because that American invention is protected by. So they cannot use the same process made by Americans, but they can dismantle it and they can say, okay. So you cannot go to the metro station using the route I take, but you come back to the metro station towards me and then you take another route and reach the metro station. Reverse engineering. Possible only because of process patent. Had it been product patent, not possible. Khatam, you are excluded totally. Itna samjha? This is very good. In India, we have an act. We have an act for copyrights. We have an act for everything. In India, Indian Patent Act 1970 hai. Now let us talk about the era before this, before 1970s. Acha. Most of our discussion would be concentrated on patents on medicines only, because that is the only hottest topic in WTO. Even currently, pandemic vaccine, maybe I will tell you a major current affairs which is happening. But first we need to understand this. Majority of the patents discussion we are going to discuss will be surrounded around medicines, pharmaceuticals. Okay? Before 1970, so there are some words which you should know. Do you know that there are a lot of big pharmaceutical companies and a lot of small and medium pharmaceutical companies all over the world? Okay? What do you think? Famous drugs are patented by small firms or big firms? Big firms. They have researched 40 years they have spent and then one drug. Do you think cancer drugs are researched by small firms or big firms? Big firms. They have the money, they have everything. These big companies, now do you think for 20 years, let's say they get the patent for 20 years, do you think they will reduce price or increase price? Increase price? See, after all, they are also making profit. They are not in the social service business. Doctors are also making profits, na? Salary milta hai unko. These big companies, mainly American, other countries also, India also has, but these big companies, mainly American companies, these are called as big pharma. Okay? So when you hear the word big pharma, it means big companies who have patents to important drugs. See, there is no medicine for AIDS, yes or no? But there are drugs which can manage it very effectively. Who do you think holds the patents? Big companies or small companies? Big companies. Now don't say big companies, say big pharma. ठीक है? चल. Big pharma is understood. Small pharma नहीं बोलते. कुछ नहीं बोलते उनको. They are very small. उनको कुछ नहीं बोलते. ठीक है? Now, in TRIPS, TRIPS allows both patents. Product patent भी allow करता है, process patent भी. TRIPS says कि depends on your national law. Depending on your national law, you can allow. But only product patent for food articles, pharmaceuticals, सब तो ले लिया इसमें, है ना? And chemicals, सब तो आ गया इसमें. Only product patent for these things. Others you can allocate as per your wish. Are you getting this? So pharma companies have got absolute right over that pill. Chemical companies have absolute right over that pesticide or cleaner or home cleaner. Food, absolute right over that. ठीक है? TRIPS बोलता है. Now, do you think developing countries would have agreed to this or not? Why? Who is holding pharma patents? Big pharma or small companies? Big pharma. Big pharma is located in which countries? Big countries. So, developed countries. So, would developing countries accept this condition? The product patent would only be given for these three things. Developing countries would never accept. Developing countries say कि process patent दो. Why? We will make generic medicines. I hope you know what is generic medicines. Generic medicines are those medicines which are made via the use of process patent. And some else also. We will see क्या क्या है. But the words are very important. ठीक है? Developing countries did not agree. ठीक है? Developed countries try to convince. Developed countries say कि see today we are big pharma, we are big countries. Tomorrow you will become big pharma. Your GDP will grow because of WTO. Your trade will grow. Everything will grow. You will invest more in research, medicines and all. You will establish your own big pharma. You will establish your own big company. We said कि हाँ, बात तो sensible है. Because if there is only process patent, we will be only stuck in making generic medicine, sasta medicine. We will never research. See, always remember, process patent is remaking of existing product. New product will come when you have the protection of a product patent. When you know your product is protected for 20 years, not only the process, but entire product is protected for 20 years, then you will innovate. Yes or no? See, imagine if I tell you ki, if you tell me ki you can reach the metro station, I will not be interested in going to the metro station because आप भी पहुंच जाओगे. But if I know ki you cannot reach the metro station, then I will be interested in going there. Then I will invest. I will walk and go there and I will win. But if I know from other way you are coming and winning, I will not be interested. I will also engage ki हाँ चलो, I will also take another route. This helps in creation of big pharma. So one agreement or argument was that ki you will tomorrow grow your own big pharma. Secondly, most important, TRIPS signed by developed countries on 1995 when WTO was established. Developing countries को बोला take 10 years to sign. You know, make some adjustments, see how things work, take 10 years. Second concession given to developing countries. Do you remember the first concession given? What was the first concession given? 5-10%. Yes or no? 10%. Second concession given to developing countries? Adopt TRIPS after 10 years. And developed countries had to adopt immediately. Do we know any other concessions? See this? Do you recognize this now? We are speaking in short forms now. So reluctantly, थोड़ा धमकी वमकी देके we somehow agreed कि TRIPS we would sign. So developing countries signed TRIPS. Just imagine the discussions that would have happened. मजा आ गया होगा ना? हाँ. So now, before 1970, big pharmas, big MNCs used to control drugs, used to control drug prices. So drug prices or chemical or medicine prices were very costly or very high in India. ठीक है? अभी WTO छोड़ दो. We are in 1970 now. And GATT में TRIPS नहीं था, remember. So GATT, it was beyond GATS. It was not even covered or regulated. When we brought in Indian Patent Act, pay attention, when we brought in Indian Patent Act, we gave process patent to pharma. हमारे एक्ट में कोई और एक्ट, there is no binding act ना, there is no WTO, nothing else, there is no TRIPS. We gave process patent to pharma in India. Always remember, patents are on a country basis. So USA will have patent for a country, for a medicine, or USA, let's say Ranbaxy is a company, Indian company, it will have patent for a drug in India, it can have patent for a drug in China or same drug in Finland. But if it does not have a patent in Norway, then वहाँ पे competition रहेगा उसके drug का, ठीक है? What is the impact of this? Can you guess? When Indian Patent Act 1970 brought the concept of process patent, not product, ये TRIPS बोला. What is the impact on this, or what is the impact of Indian pharma industry? Indian pharma industry bought the expensive drugs, तोड़ के देखा क्या है इसमें. Process patent है ना, product patent नहीं है. Can I say generic medicines बनाया? Today India is known as the pharmacy of the world. We supply medicines to many countries. You know, India is known as the pharmacy of the world. India supplies maximum medicines to all countries, especially African countries. Why? Indian Patent Act 1970. Hara UPSC ka feel. This is the knowledge which you get while studying. Generic medicines हमने बनाए. But क्या हम lifetime generic medicines ही बनाते रहेंगे? नहीं. We also have to invent our own medicines also. Hence we agreed to TRIPS. When did we implement TRIPS? We are a developing country. 2005. Do you agree with this? Very good. Now see the magic. This act was amended in 2005. Indian Patents Amendment Act 2005. You guess what would be the amendment? क्या होगा amendment? Instead of process patent, we brought in product patent. करना पड़ेगा because we are TRIPS compliant now. We have to do it. Agreement is signed. 15 years, 10 years, 1995 plus 10, 2005. So Indian Patent Amendment Act 2005 brought in product regime for pharma, but originally it was process patent. So we are experts in generic medicines because of this. Now after maybe 15-20 years, we might become big pharma, or we will have some big pharma also. We already have a lot of big names in India, Cipla and Vaxi. Okay? Dr. Reddy's is a very famous name. If you have heard, medicines also come of Dr. Reddy's. Do you understand this? मजा आ रहा है? This is the core issue. We are going, and vaccine में भी यही same issue आता है. I am going to tell you about vaccines also. ठीक है? Now, did I tell you कि Indian pharma companies took the medicine, उसको तोड़ के देखा क्या है? जो main ingredient होता है, whatever is the main ingredient of the medicine, there is a term for it. You should be aware of the term. That main ingredient is known as, see this English. This you should know. Active pharmaceutical ingredient is the main ingredient in the medicine. बाकी सब side में होता है. ठीक है, थोड़ा butter, थोड़ा घी, that is all there. Main ingredient क्या है? पोहा. So this is poha of medicine. Main ingredient क्या है? Rice. This is rice of medicine. This is noodles. The main ingredient. Are you getting it? It is known as active pharmaceutical ingredient. What did we bring here? Product or process? Product. Product patent, process patent, TRIPS, दोनों. TRIPS allows both, but for, तो ये फार्मा की बात कर रहे हैं हम यहाँ पे. ठीक है, फार्मा है. समझा? Now, do you think this is a risky endeavor? Why? Prices, big pharma. Currently, cancer drugs, all neuro drugs, cardiac drugs, heart drugs are all controlled by big pharma, or they have the patent for big pharma. Big pharma has the patent for many years, 20 years and all. High price charge करेंगे, and India will not get enough medicines. We are smart. We introduce certain exceptions to product patent regime. See, TRIPS says, always remember, TRIPS says कि whatever we are saying is the minimum. इसके अलावा, if you want to add something else in your own act, you can add. ठीक है? You can add other things also, but don't take away the essence of product patent. So we introduce certain exceptions, and it is accepted by TRIPS. We introduce certain exceptions. I categorize them into 3 parts. Exceptions to what? Exceptions to product patent in pharma and chemicals. ठीक है? Let us look at the exceptions one by one. And this is the core of TRIPS. इसके बाद कुछ है नहीं. First exception. Voluntary licensing. VL. I'll tell you what it is. If I'm a big pharma from USA, if I want to sell my good famous drugs in India, I can sell it at lower price. I can sell it at higher price. If I sell at lower price, what will happen? Sale would increase, I would make profit, but my image would get reduced. कि अरे ये तो सस्ता drug है and all. ठीक है? It has to maintain its status. What I do is, but I don't want to sell at high price also. Why? Because people will not buy then. People will go for other companies. What I do is, I catch my Indian company friend. I tell, ये secret recipe है. Start making. Whatever sale you do, उसका certain percentage give it to me. Are you getting it? I am a big pharma. I catch my Indian friend. ठीक है? I give him the license voluntarily to produce this drug under his name, so that people don't know it is my drug. Whatever sales he makes, uska certain 20, 30, 40% I will get. So I am getting my money, my image is not compromised, and I am also selling my drug at high price. जिसको high में लेना है high में ले लो, जिसको low में लेना है take it from him. So many drugs you might not even know might be controlled by one company but available under two brand names under two different prices. You might not know. And then if the drug costs 15 rupees only for 10, you think अरे क्या इसमें क्या होगा, मीठा गोली होगा ये, ऐसा होता है. You know, people think अरे it might be sweet medicine and all. It will not be effective. But 200 rupees, हाँ, it might be effective. वो same भी हो सकता है, possibly. Did you understand voluntary licensing? Is there an issue with VL? No. What if that company is not reducing its price? What if that company का drug is in so much of demand, बहुत demand चल रहा है और वो reduce नहीं कर रहा है. People are not getting their drugs, people are not getting cured. क्या करेंगे? करेंगे क्या? So I'll give you an example also. This is there in every book. That is where the common example. So एक Norwegian, I think Norway की company थी, if I'm not wrong, Gilead Sciences. ठीक है? It did voluntary licensing with Indian company, with an Indian company. You don't need to remember this. I'm just giving information for a drug called Sovaldi. Sovaldi. It was an anti-hepatitis C drug. So this was the first example of voluntary licensing in India when the new regime came in. It's the important name. Second is the most important thing which we want to study. So my question to you was, what if that company is not reducing its price? तब क्या करोगे आप? What will you do when that company is not reducing its price? You have given him product patent in your country. I told you patent is country by country. If he has not registered his patent in your country, it is okay if you sell your, like it is okay to sell without any exclusionary right. But normally he will register patent in all countries, yes or no, because उसका drug है वो, उसकी मेहनत, his hard work it is. Who gives patents and all? You know, Controller General of Patents, Trademarks and Copyright, Chennai mein there is a headquarters, and it comes under again Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So Commerce Ministry is very this thing. Earlier, you know, copyrights was with Ministry of Human Resources, patent was other. When I started to study, what is this nonsense? But now it is only one ministry. So many things have become simple. Okay? So now government says कि compulsorily we will allow someone else to produce if you are not reducing your price. Compulsory licensing. Sir, फिर product patent का फायदा क्या हुआ? है ना? है ना? फिर product patent का फायदा क्या हुआ? CL. Right? TRIPS has allowed certain exceptions. The exceptions are, the grounds are, if it affects your social stability of the country, if it is a disease which is affecting everyone, फिर भी वो कम नहीं कर रहा है price, then you can compulsorily give license of that company to some other company to produce it, to produce a generic version of it at a cheap cost. So now there are steps here. Compulsory licensing में first government or the, let's say there is an Indian company A and there is a USA company X which holds the license. Are you understanding this? X is not reducing prices, very costly. A will approach X कि sir, in our country we need, let me make certain percentage you take, just like he did with him, no problem. ठीक है? This is a drug name. हाँ. Just like Gilead Sciences did, you also do. X will say no, I am not giving, I am the owner. First step क्या हुआ? A approached X. Second step, A will approach government. कि sir, India में वाट लगी है, just so. So there, only in extreme situations, only when the health profile is endangered, only when there is extreme health crisis in the country, then government can invoke compulsory licensing. Government will force X to give license to A. Government will mandate A to give certain percentage of sales to X. Not for free. Free नहीं होगा ये. Patent is respected here also. Are you getting this? Government will turn into a licensing scheme. So whether voluntary or compulsory, the Indian generic medicine maker has to pay royalty to the patent holder. ठीक है? The term I use now is royalty. This is called royalty. Royalty means I am selling it on your behalf. So whatever profit I am making or sales I am making, certain percentage goes to you. I'll give you a very good example. I have recorded lectures for my previous batch, PMP. If LevelUp uses that lectures for some other new batch, so let's say next year PMP batch I am not available and LevelUp decides to use the same lectures again. So a certain percentage of the revenue which will come, fees which will come to me as royalty. Because that is my patent, my brainchild, these all lectures are designed by me, this is my, I have not registered this obviously, ये सब नहीं है, इतना scale पे नहीं है, but this is my copyright, yes or no? ठीक है, that is why the videos are also copyrighted. ठीक है, royalty समझना very simple. Royalty is the amount which you get, which you share with the other person जिसके नाम पे you are selling. Compulsory licensing, did you agree what is compulsory licensing? This provision, compulsory licensing is very controversial because how do you define a healthcare crisis? 1000 patients, 1 lakh patients, कैसे define कैसे करो? Children or adults, कैसे? This is a very controversial provision. First ever compulsory licensing was awarded in 2012 in India. First and only compulsory licensing awarded in India till date. अभी तक एक और नहीं हुआ है, only one हुआ है. Was awarded by was awarded to an Indian company called Natco Pharma, National Pharmaceutical Company ऐसा कुछ नाम है, Natco Pharma, by a company called YAER, ठीक है, by a company called YAER, it is there in books, for an anti-cancer drug called Nexavar. First and only. So they appealed to Supreme Court and Supreme Court said कि compulsory licensing has to be invoked because this drug is too costly. Now when do you think CL would be invoked? Because that is only one company having that drug. There can be some other companies having some little flavors of that drug. अगर है available तो कोई issue नहीं है ना. Then no need for CL. समझा क्या? Did you understand this? How many years patent is given? 20 years. Very important, I am going to teach you. Very, please pay attention here. I told you that patent can be like new person can have patent if he makes an improvement over the existing drug, yes or no? Let's say I am having a patent for a drug which costs 2 lakh rupees for one pill. ऐसे भी drugs है, you know, it costs 2 lakh rupees for one pill. I am rich, 20 years हो गए. What is my inclination? To give away the papers and finish the patent or find ways to extend the patent? Find ways. You know, I am not that good person. I will try to find ways. What I do is, I change my ingredients thoda sa and I apply for a new patent. समझा? Little bit I changed. थोड़ा सा इधर उधर, थोड़ा सा lemon I put in the medicine and all, and I say lemon flavor medicine. New patent, new medicine, new invention. ठीक है? Indian Patent Act. See, every country has its own patent act. Indian Patent Act does not allow this. The words which I am going to use are very, very important. Indian Patent Act does not allow, see this. Indian Patent Act does not allow incremental inventions. Do you understand why the term incremental inventions? It does not allow. The test whether a new patent or whether a new patent for further 20 years has to be granted or not. Again, the words is based on, this is for mains, this all is for mains, is based on, see this, the test of enhanced therapeutic, these are very important keywords, efficacy. What is the meaning of enhanced? Increased. Therapeutic efficacy means effectiveness. If your drug has a new flavor, we don't care. It is just incremental. Whether your drug is actually more powerful than the earlier version, definitely you will get a patent. Crocin advance. But they will actually check whether it is just name or ke actually ho raha hai. Actually, if it is there, you will get a further patent. Enhanced therapeutic efficacy. Did you get this? Are you understanding this? These provisions are mentioned under section 3D of Indian Patent Act 2005. अमेंड हुआ था ना 2005 में, hence now 2005. Very important, very crucial. Enhanced therapeutic efficacy. ये words होने ही चाहिए in your answer, in your statement, in your revision. Incremental innovations not allowed. Many companies try to do this. I will give you another example. You know, कहाँ गया वो? हाँ, there was a Swiss drug maker called Novartis. ठीक है? In 2013, Supreme Court rejected its plea for further patent, citing no enhanced therapeutic efficacy. These were the words they used. ठीक है? And they said it lacked novelty. नया होना चाहिए. See, patent is somewhere you invent. Same चीज को whatever you give and right? That is not invention. We are at the heart of TRIPS. Can you imagine? We are at the heart. This is the heart of TRIPS. ठीक है? Now, what do patent companies do? I told you, थोड़ा बहुत change करके they will try to extend their patent or grant it. Important term again. This term, whatever I told you now, this term, I'll write in white only. This term is called as, see English. Have we heard this term somewhere? Have we heard this term somewhere? Evergreening. हरा भरा, सदाबहार हरा भरा, evergreening. Have we heard this term anywhere else? Do banks try to evergreen their NPAs by giving fresh loan on the last day, 90th day or 89th day pe they will give a loan and existing loan will be repaid? Yes or no? Evergreening. This is evergreening of patents. On the last day they will file for a new patent saying ki dekho, I have changed the flavor. But then our authorities will actually check whether it passed the tests of enhanced therapeutic efficacy or not. If it is yes, then definitely innovation ho bhi sakta hai. But in this case, innovation is not there. Evergreening of patents. These words, trust me when I say this, these words are also applicable for science and tech, 13.7 point number, issues relating to IPR. These words when you write, nobody will deduct even 1 mark. Because these are the actual words which are used in the act. Okay? I was asked in an interview. That is why I remember. Okay? There was a patent issue going on of some other big pharma in India at that time. I was asked about the issue. I started my answer by saying Section 3D of Indian Patents Act 2005. I got very good marks. Still I did not clear. Why? Mains marks. Why? GS4. GS4 mein I got very less marks, and my optional mein one paper mein I had got some less than average marks. One paper, so in my optional what happened is, in paper 1 I am in the top 5 in India. In paper 2 I think I am in the bottom 10 or bottom 15 in India. Itna stark difference. And GS4, very less marks. Baki above average marks, and GS3 super above average, excellent marks. So this was my only subject जो मेरे को पसंद था, because it has a lot of variety. History, ठीक है, evergreening of patents. I started my answer by saying, sir, Section 3D of Indian Patents Act. Finish ना, मेरे को 2 sentence में खत्म answer. I don't need to justify or explain anything. This happens, this happens. I use these exact words because I had by-hearted these words. Simple, done. I got very good marks, but sadly, no success in the ultimate list. Is this understood? This was all about compulsory licensing. Abhi imagine karo, how would you revise all these things? So many things we have done, na? We'll finish up TRIPS. It will take 5 more minutes. We'll finish up TRIPS. ठीक है, उसके आगे we'll continue in the next lecture. ठीक है, these are exceptions को मैंने बोला ना, इसको थोड़ा देसी word हम, this is देसी version. Proper version is, see this. थोड़ा fancy लगना चाहिए ना. Always use fancy words in your answer, but for understanding, exceptions है, और क्या है ये? Funny. Third exception. There are 3 exceptions. 1, 2, 1 VL, 2 CL. Third exception. It is called as, वो बहुत simple है. It is stupid. It is very stupid. Third exception. called as voluntary khatam. Parallel imports. You don't give your medicine at low cost, na, I will import from someone else. Even if you have the patent in India, that person not having patent in India, I will take from him. Parallel imports. Simple, simple, simple. Parallel imports. African countries invoke this clause in their laws to import from India. Why are we able to supply to African countries? Because they use this clause in their patent laws so that they are able to import from India and we export. We say कि हमें क्या है, हमारा क्या जा रहा है, ठीक है? Do you know generic medicines are the same as or branded medicines? थोड़ा flavor अलग होता है. So when we say that generic medicines, we say that now you should say that generic medicines have the same active pharmaceutical ingredient as the other medicine, branded medicine. Yes or no? Ingredient same रहता है, थोड़ा मसाला ऊपर से कम नीचे रहता है. That's it. But the problem is mental ना. Do we trust generic medicines? Many people don't. They go with brand names ना. Ranbaxy का है या तो एक local company का. You will obviously take. Why? Because nobody wants to play with health. है ना? Health is the biggest wealth we have. ठीक है? Now, when we did this, do you remember we read an article on in balance of payment? In balance of payment, you don't remember, but in balance of payment, we read an article where USA had placed India on a currency watch list. ठीक है? Similarly, when we gave compulsory licensing, USA government placed us on a trade watch list. क्या कर रहा है? My company is giving compulsory licensing. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. USA करता रहता है. USA is like the most what do we say, reactive country, I think. China silently does. Russia तो super silently does everything. USA every time, especially under past president, immediate past president. I mean, preparing for UPSC in his regime was a big treat for us. Something random used to happen. USA quits UNFCCC, USA quits WTO. ऐसा extreme होता था. मतलब it was so funny. ठीक है? Now, does TRIPS allow a local country or any country to have its own IP laws? Yes. TRIPS gives minimum standards. उसके ऊपर you have to keep your own IP laws only. So these all we have in our patent law also we have there, and they are accepted by TRIPS also. So the fact that TRIPS allows own IP laws, instead of any other rigid law. See, this is not rigid. We have Indian Patent Act, Amendment Act. So this is known as sui generis. Sui generis means अपना खुद का self law is there. So India has, under sui generis clause of TRIPS agreement, India has enacted Patent Amendment Act 2005, not 70 because वो पहले का. Patent Amendment Act 2005 India has enacted under the sui generis clause of TRIPS. Is TRIPS an agreement? Yes. Agreement on TRIPS. कहाँ गया वो? Agreement on TRIPS है ना ultimately. What was the first agreement we saw? Agriculture. Second agreement? General Agreement on Trade in Services, GATS. Third agreement, fourth agreement, fifth agreement, agreement on safeguard duty, agreement on countervailing duty, agreement on anti-dumping duty. TRIPS. इसके बाद एक और agreement बचता है, but we'll see that in the next lecture. ठीक है? Too heavy ना? Right? We are finishing it off. Last thing. So when, now do you think Big Pharma will appreciate these or not? They will not. ठीक है? Do you think developed countries will appreciate these or not? उन्होंने group बनाया. I am telling you, WTO is just like a wrestling ground. And बच्चों जैसा, it's like school, you know, they make gangs and groups and all. Like we made with China and agriculture, group of 33. They made a group and they petitioned WTO कि you should remove this because it is our research, we should get the money. And if it is genuinely a health concern, we will reduce price, don't worry. But as a compulsory, don't do. We have voluntary licensing, yes or no, that is there. That group is called as Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement. They said the generic medicine, these are all duplicate. In a way, it is true also. It is true. But these are, so that group was called as Counterfeiting trade agreement or trade alliance? Anti-counterfeiting trade agreement. This, see, coincidentally, this was formed in 2011. In 2012, we gave compulsory licensing, and uske baad in 2013 we rejected some other companies' incremental innovation. I think partially it was because we were very furious after this. So nothing happened. ACTA, nothing happened. This is just the name of the group which you should be aware. इसका कुछ है नहीं आगे. They were not successful. WTO said कि नहीं, public health comes first, right? So since we are on trips only, let me tell you what is the current issue which is happening with vaccines, because after going ahead on other agreements, coming back to this, it doesn't make sense. Same issue with vaccines. Who developed first vaccines? Big pharma or small pharma? Big pharma. Same issue happened. India asked voluntary licensing of vaccinations. India asked VL, not giving VL. They rejected. I'll show you. I'll show you. WTO vaccine patent waiver. So I'll tell you the arguments with respect to this first. See this, a patent waiver on COVID vaccines is right and fair. What will patent waiver negotiations at WTO? See this, it seeks a general waiver on patents and other barriers on diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccines for COVID-19. And this proposal was led by these two countries. See how activist we are. Pura activism यहाँ निकल रहा है. See this, India, South Africa, EU ignores India, South Africa's patent waiver proposal. ठीक है? So what is the issue here? I'll tell you. Just it will take hardly 2 minutes. Patent vaccine, patent waiver reform. ठीक है? Started by India and which country? South Africa, plus 120 countries. Opposed by, नाम बताओ क्या कौन हो सकता है? US, EU और कौन होगा? फ्रांस, ऑस्ट्रेलिया. आई रिमेम्बर ऑस्ट्रेलिया. कभी दोस्त बोलता है, कभी ऐसे सब करता है. आई रिमेम्बर ऑस्ट्रेलिया. ठीक है? And this doesn't only cover vaccines, it also covers other medical devices, kits, some medicines also. So the key word here is blanket waiver. This is what is opposed. See, they say कि ठीक है आप मांग रहे हो, we understand, but what we are demanding is blanket waiver of all patents on COVID related issues. We say कि to increase supply rapidly. See, now urgency is time. ऐसा नहीं कि नेक्स्ट ईयर तक वैक्सीन होगा तो भी चलेगा. इट्स नॉट द केस. अर्जेंसी इज टाइम. सो वी आर सेइंग कि why to go through each and every vaccine कि इसको होना चाहिए, इसको नहीं होना चाहिए, this medicine is right, this medicine patent should not be waived, this cotton swab patent should be waived, this should not be. It will take a lot of time. So we and other countries are saying कि give a blanket waiver on all patents relating to COVID for 2 years or 1 year or whatever. After that, we'll see क्या होता है. But they are opposing it, saying कि blanket word is very, because under the garb of COVID, you will also ask your generic companies to make other vaccines. Remdesivir, used for COVID, but also used for other purposes. तो उनका भी बात है सही, but their intention is not true. Their intention is profit making. And COVID is the biggest opportunity for profit making for pharmas. See, look at it from an economic angle. COVID है, वाट लगा है, और health is gone, everyone is losing jobs, it is worst. I agree, people are losing people, I agree. From an economic point of view, it is the perfect profit making opportunity for pharma. Yes or no? Do you think AstraZeneca, who has made vaccines, has not made profits? It's made profits. Economics is very neutral when it comes to emotions, when it comes to empathy. Capitalist, and इसीलिए तो money is generated ना. We are growing because we are emotionless. If we were emotionless, क्या होता था? We would have been stuck in our 80s level only. We shared our emotions in 91, we moved ahead. That is the issue. When I'm teaching social justice, I say exactly opposite things. We need to take care of our people. There are so many people here. There is so much of poverty here. We need access to healthcare, education, skilling and all. Yeah, we don't. Economics. Okay, we'll stop here. We'll revise entirely tomorrow. अच्छे से. There is only one or two parts remaining. वो geographical indicators भी सुना GI last में. उस पे discussion is remaining. But overall, I hope you enjoyed trips. It is huge. It is nice. It is very interesting. Okay, this is very practical chapter, right? So, if you found this helpful when you are looking at the lecture, please do let me know in your message or telegram. Your positive messages make me happy, and it normally I do these lectures for people who don't pay, for people who are underprivileged or who don't have access to teachers. They have money, but they don't have access to teachers. For example, people from Northeast India, they don't know kya ho raha hai. They can't come to Delhi, Normally, I conduct these lectures with the same intensity, same quality for these people, right? So if it really helps you, if you feel this is good, then do let me know. I will be really glad. Thank you so much. And it is actually really late now, 8:15 ho gaya, and we have been recording since 4 o'clock dot. So non-stop with 5 minutes break. That's it. So thank you so much. We will continue our journey with some ridiculously useless topics in the further lectures. I know it is useless, but it is my job to cover. See, honestly, marna mat mere ko. One lecture you only have to write. You have to write. वो dictation school mode में we have to go, but that will be only one or half lecture, not more than that. ठीक है? We'll stop here. Thank you so much. Please revise. It's huge. It's huge. 19 slides हो गए हैं and still we have not completed the chapter. Right? Thank you and good night if you are looking at night. Otherwise, good morning or good evening or good afternoon.